How many have we got here?
11. So you haven't got one, George.
Oh, we've got one.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can I just ask something first before we commence? Look, on this agenda that you've confirmed, Mr. Chairman, I can't see anything here that relates to a matter that's come to my attention, and it does relate to you as the chair, and I can't see it an extraordinary or anywhere here, but it does relate to your birthday tomorrow.
I put it in today.
What's a shout?
So we know that you
Cream
don't like
buns, morning
singing,
tea.
so after me, members, can we just chorus like J3's Happy Birthday, Councillor Wood.
Happy birthday, George.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you very much, members of the committee and officers. Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
68 again.
So we open this meeting of the Regional Strategy and Policy Committee, and I'll firstly, we want to have a little present ceremony in that Mace, and Brett Butland and Rachel Callagher are here. They just come up to the table and explain, and John's here as well. Sorry, John. Sorry. You come up, if you come up to the table, and Joe may be there, and just explain the award that was received at the local government conference. Brett there? Oh, he's there, sorry, yeah, right there. Everybody's here? Yep.
Happy birthday to you, Councillor Wood, and thanks for the invitation to come up. I guess firstly was an opportunity for us to thank you and the committee for taking a courageous and brave decision on the change of pest management methodology in the Hanua Ranges. And so thank you very much for having the faith in us and the faith in our community to really see that program through. So certainly the award from Local Government New Zealand for winning Best Environmental Impact Award, Excellence in Environmental Impact, has a number of strands, and the important one is in the Hanua Ranges and its most significant biodiversity values, most contiguous area of Indigenous forest in the region, and crossing boundaries into the Waikato region as well. The partnership with almost 300 landowners, 21,000 hectares of area treated with 1080, and an area that supplies 65% of Auckland's water supply with no water quality issues, was a significant achievement. And then the fledgling, going from no fledglings of kokako, and John's probably still got his kokako, to having 115 birds fledged from 58 pairs that we monitor, is a significant achievement for biodiversity in the region and in New Zealand. We hope also that we can see further threatened species released in the Hanua Ranges in November, and we'll be able to tell you about that in due course. But once again, just really acknowledging the team around me, and it was great to celebrate that award with some of you, and you, Councillor Wood, as the leader of this committee, and get that recognition at on a national level. Recognition what Auckland's doing to contribute to New Zealand's biodiversity. So others might have other things to say, but thank you.
Well, on behalf of the committee, I'd really sincerely thank you for the work that the four of you have done on this project as the leaders of the project. And I think this has been a great project in relation to the way that the Auckland Council staff and elected representatives came together to ensure that this became that we got a good successful outcome. And I think those people from right across the council who volunteered for jobs such as track clearance in the weekends, gave up their time, went out there and wandered and checked those areas to make sure that there was no of the pellets in the wrong places, was a really great bit of work. So I think the winning of this award really caps off the excellent work that you people have done, and I think as a council we're very indebted for all the leadership leadership that you've shown on this, so thank you very much. Anyone else? Bill?
Just very briefly, Mr. Chair, the award is recognition of the excellent overall planning, but also the management on the ground and over the whole operation. And, you know, to the whole team, as a local resident right in the foothills of the Hunuas, a heartfelt thank you for the work they did with the communities and the individuals, and some weren't keen on the use of a 1080 toxin, but they saw the professionalism of our staff around it, and they've now seen how successful the operation was in its completion. So well done, one and all. You've made this council shine in your efforts. So we're proud of the work that you've done. Thank you.
Through the Chair, I'd just like to make a comment on the learning from this project. In my view, using this project example, pure governance between elected members and council staff is really great, but not all the time. And this is one of those times when it was put aside and it was a true collaboration between the elected members and the council staff in the pursuit of a fantastic objective. And it really, without that collaboration and that sense of join, the project would not have been as successful. So I guess what I'm signalling is there are times when such a collaboration approach produces fantastic results, and there'll be other occasions like this going forward. So that's a great learning, I think, from my observation. And also, it's also a learning that was there in most of the legacy councils. There are some good things that happen in legacy councils, and those times of collaboration were great, and this was an example now of developing an Auckland way, and I think that's really fantastic.
Thank you. Well, thanks. It's further ado. Thank you very much, and I think we are certainly in your gratitude for the work you've done on this. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor.
And keep in safe custody the trophy and the certificate. Thank you. So now we go to item 1 on the agenda, apologies, and there are a number of apologies here. Apologies from Councillor Filipino, Councillor John Walker, Member Wilcox for absence, and from Councillor Brewer, Councillor Lee, Member McDonald, Councillor Quacks, and Councillor Wayne Walker for lateness. I'll move that they be received. Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. I'll put that motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. We now move to item 2, which is confirmation of the minutes. Oh, sorry, 2 is declaration of interest. Is there any declarations of interest?
Yes. Item 11 and 13,
Okay, thank you.
sinful items.
Item 3, I'll move that we confirm the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on Thursday, the 7th of July 2016, including the confidential section, as a true and correct record, seconded by Councillor Anai. Put that motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declare it carried. We now move to item 4, petitions. There are no petitions. Item 5, public input, and there are 4 items of public input. And the first item will be presented by the Cancer Society on the smoke-free policy review, and John Loof, the CEO of Cancer Society Auckland, will make the presentation. Thank you, John. And you have 5 minutes if that's okay. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou, good morning, Mr. Chair, and greetings, Mr. Mayor, as well, and to the council as a whole. We really appreciate the chance to engage with you today. We recognise this is a very busy time for council, but nonetheless an extremely important issue, and we appreciate the opportunity to work together to fulfil council's smoke-free vision as described in the Auckland Plan and expressed in this policy. I'm speaking to the agenda item paper, Smoke-Free Policy Review Findings and Decision on Next Steps. This paper reviews progress of Council's smoke-free policy since 2013, and I would like to start with some commentary on the key findings of the review as per Section 7. Cancer Society agrees with some of the commentary that the policy framework has been generally effective and is well supported by stakeholders. We also agree that implementation has been gradual and fragmented. and that the roles of council and local boards have been a bit unclear and inconsistent. We are, however, very concerned about comments relating to progress towards the goal of achieving smoke-free 2025. The finding states that, and I quote, Auckland as a whole is on track, despite an acknowledgement that Maori and Pacific and those across the Southern Initiative will not meet the target. We believe a strong policy has to work for all the citizens in the city. Cancer Society respectfully disagrees that the finding that a bylaw is not necessary. And finally, we note that despite support from the majority of local boards who fed back to the review, there is no mention of the inclusion of smoke-free requirements in council-owned leases, licences and event grants. There are a number of options in the review for council to consider. However, Cancer Society recommends a hybrid approach, and the key elements needed now are: 1, that council strengthens the implementation of the current policy and develops a new resourcing model that allocates sufficient budget for policy implementation, including signage and communications. Secondly, to strengthen the policy with a commitment to smoke-free conditions within new and renewed commercial agreements, such as licences, leases and event grants. And this will support implementation and ensure alignment with the current policy so as to provide a systematic approach across the whole city. We note that currently only 2 out of the 21 local boards have smoke-free as a requirement for funding of events, despite smoke-free events being part of Council's overall policy. And our recommendation would address the issue of regional inconsistency. And finally, we believe that the development of a targeted bylaw, as per option 3 in the review, now Cancer Society has consulted with specialised legal health firm Claro, who have confirmed that Council has a strong mandate under both the Local Government Act and the Health Act to develop a bylaw, particularly in places of high population density, confined spaces and areas frequented by children. We know that a bylaw process can take time, so it's important to start immediately. Overseas bylaws have been the predominant mechanism for smoke-free outdoor areas, and I believe many of you will remember a compelling presentation delivered to you 12 months ago by Melbourne City Councillor Richard Foster, who talked about the keys to getting it right and the success of the bylaw model in Melbourne and now widely across Australia. And that involved a comprehensive communication and engagement strategy with business and the community, backed by a bylaw, and that's been the important elements of success. Cancer Society acknowledges the inability to issue infringements, as noted in the report, as a key barrier. However, we believe success can be achieved within the current bylaws framework. The essence of bylaws, of course, is they're different from the voluntary approach in they indicate clearly no smoking is required. They change community norms and they give a greater mandate to council and the public to intervene. And they indicate the potential for enforcement. There is currently a gradual range of enforcement mechanisms available to council staff, including asking people not to smoke in a particular area and verbal and written warnings. Additionally, the existing Litter Act may be used for infringements for butt litter. Public support is high for making more public spaces smoke-free. Outdoor dining and outdoor dining. Research conducted by Wiley Associates found that nearly twice as many Aucklanders would prefer a bylaw to the current voluntary approach. Aucklanders also clearly want consistency and clarity across the region. So in conclusion, Mr. Chair, we believe that further delays or any softening of the focus will result in the growth of health inequalities that will affect many in our city. We see no justification for another policy process as has been recommended in the report. So today we strongly are urging you to strengthen the implementation of the existing policy through the allocation of sufficient resources calculated at 1.5 FTE as per section 50 of the paper, and to provide specific funding for public awareness as per option 1 in the review. We believe it's necessary to amend the smoke-free policy to include council requirements in smoke-free requirements in council contracts, licences, leases and event grants, and again they will support consistently consistency and the implementation of effectiveness. And finally, as per option 3 in the review, we submit that it is essential to progress the investigation of a smoke-free bylaw. Such measures are proven internationally, they will reduce inequalities, and they will play a vital part in the achievement of this most important of health issues. Thank you for your attention today.
Thank you. I've got a question from Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess many of us applaud the advocacy, the long-term advocacy from the Cancer Society on this issue. There are some councillors that are here today that were not here during the first term of council. I wonder if you could give us an indication of how much work the Cancer Society put in that first term of council to have the policy that we now have, and perhaps whether your concerns are about the possibility that some of those gains might be lost.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I mean, obviously this has been a vital issue at the heart of the Cancer Society's work for a good many years. We've made numerous submissions to this council and to various council subcommittees. Submissions have been received in the thousands from members of the public on these sorts of issues. I believe we were the second highest number of submissions some years ago behind dog control, which is always a very contentious issue. Look, the public is very much behind these sorts of measures, and the council has been advocating on behalf, I think, of the citizens of this city, again, for many years. And it's been great. You know, we've really seen a change in attitude around this council table, and the support has been fantastic. But I think equally importantly, we've seen changes in attitude in the business community. We've had support from the Chamber of Commerce, Michael Barnett, and again, thousands of submissions from members of the public as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Crum.
Actually, it's very much a related question. I was going to ask, when you raised a comment, John, about public support for the idea of a smoke-free bylaw, some of the mechanisms that you have engaged in to garner that or to gauge that public support. So in last year's Trading and Events in Public Places hearings, there were submissions from the Cancer Society. So what other mechanisms have you undertaken in your work towards on this topic where you can point to that public support being voluminous?
Well, yes, there's the number of submissions. We've commissioned public research from Wiley and Associates, and we can certainly, we've made that available. We can certainly made that available to anyone. You know, for us, it's about not wanting to back down on a totally comprehensive policy. We just need to strengthen it. And again, you know, we know the public are well behind this, as demonstrated in events and the submissions and the research and so on and so forth.
Thank you. Councillor Casey.
Oh, thanks for your presentation, John. This is an unrelated question. Councillors learned us speak through Radio New Zealand that we have a significant shareholding in a tobacco company. I just wondered if the Cancer Society had a view on that.
Oh, look, I think we are probably, like a number of the councillors around this table, quite surprised and disappointed at that. It's my understanding that that issue is going to be addressed, so we'll leave it to council to resolve that. But you know, again, I think any investment in the large businesses that produce harm to the community is totally inappropriate. So we'd be certainly looking to see some progress from council on that issue.
Thank you. No other questions? Well, thank you, John, for your presentation.
sorry.
Oh, sorry, Councillor David.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I didn't put my head up. And thank you, team. Hey, just on the question of bylaw versus, you know, business as usual, plod along, policy, just do the business out through to 2025 and sort of stick to plan, really. The bylaw, once it's a very dense report here, once you delve into the report, there's actually not much, there appears not to be much cost difference on the bylaw. What and I'm sure this has come across, been on your mind, is the cost difference
compared with the societal cost? I understand the societal cost is something like 5,000 premature deaths, that's nationally. We could break it down Auckland region. But the societal costs in dollar value is something like 1.5 billion. Where do you see council? We know that there's a government partner that's doing a lot here as well. Do you want to just maybe give us some explanation as to why that extra 40,000 cost is worth it or not worth it, measured against the societal costs of some $1.5 billion and 5,000 premature deaths? And also just the question of, sometimes we put bylaws in place and we know that we don't have enforcement at our ready disposal. But we still have bylaws, just like we have traffic laws and we don't have policemen on every intersection. Do you want to just give us an idea of the value of a bylaw, even knowing that we don't have enforcement staff standing on every street corner?
All right, I mean...
So two questions there, one on values and one on enforcement.
Well, I think the societal cost, you've summed that up quite nicely. I mean, 5,000 deaths a year, that's a big number. There are 5 funerals today in Auckland, and there'll be 5 funerals tomorrow in Auckland from a tobacco-related disease. So that's a very real number. Those are 5 families today. But, we're not going to get to the goal of smoke-free 2025, and that is a fantastic goal. New Zealand is the only country in the world that has committed to a national goal like that. And I think that's tremendous leadership, both at a central government level, and I think it's fantastic that this council has fallen in with that goal, in behind that goal, and is committed to achieving that as well. But the reality is borne out in the report in front of you that we are not going to get there. So that is more premature deaths and harm and all the rest of it. The bylaw is a proven mechanism that works in Australia, and it says that we are serious about this issue. And I think, that the facts are there right in front of us that we need to take this issue extremely seriously. And it takes work from local government, central government, right through to community groups, churches, individuals. It's a whole community effort. But, we're not on track at the moment, and we need to get back on track, and that's why we're here.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
I'm happy to move the recommendations, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
thank you, Councillor Fletcher.
A second.
Seconded by Councillor Casey. So
I gave
that
you
we
both.
thank you, John, for your presentation, and thank you for attending. And I said before, the item will be first up after the
I thought you
other
knew.
presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you,
I'll
everyone.
put that motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. Thank you. So now we move to Mr. David Hopkins. Thank you, David. David's got a similar presentation on this item as on the item of... Thank you.
I shall be brief. I'm here as a private individual. There's lots of expertise in front of you, in addition to your own, and I'm just here speaking as a private individual, anecdotally, about this issue. It's so important. But since I've come here, I do want to thank you, all of the councillors and the Independent Maori Statutory Board, for the work that you've been doing over this term. I'm aware it's not always a bed of joy and a bundle of roses.
Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah, and yet, I think huge progress has been made. I'm sure of that, and I really appreciate that. Obviously, you do the hard work and you get all the evidence, but thank you for your work in this. And so I'm here as an individual, and I'm talking about the smoke-free policy. I'll leave it to the experts. I'll keep it very simple. Lives are being saved by the work that you've already, when I say you, I'm including the staff and so on, have already undertaken. That's great. That's fantastic. People are alive or not getting sick, as a result of this work, and that's brilliant. So great progress. It's becoming normalised that, smoking isn't the done thing. I live in Manurewa. We do have people still smoking. I arrive off the train at night time, get onto the bus station, and there's a couple of older people smoking. I won't tell you what their ethnicity is, but the fact is that that's what's going on. and occasionally at the station itself. It's less and less. I don't know what the answer is. I'll leave that to you. Signage, bylaw, all that sort of stuff, that's your decision. Just anecdotally, it's coming down, the rates are coming down, it's working, there's more to be done. Yeah, and I think in the next 3 years, you know, we could have some really fantastic outcomes in this area, even going beyond what we've achieved so far. So thank you very much.
Okay, David, thank you. Any questions of David? No? Well, we thank you sincerely for your attendance here this morning and passing on your views. Thank you very much, David. Thank you.
Plug in.
And sorry, yeah, I'll move that we thank David for,
Second.
seconded by Councillor Casey. I'll put that motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Next presenter is Zoe Hawke. Zoe is there. Zoe is the General Manager of National Tobacco Control Advocacy Service, Hapai Te Hora, and she's a North Shore resident from Te Paki Whaiwhenua, so welcome.
Actually, George,
Well, she was.
I was. Now
Yeah.
I'm up at Orake.
All right.
But happy birthday. I grew up with you on the shore. I was always a little bit intimidated growing up by you.
I think that's a
we
compliment,
are
George.
too.
It's a compliment.
Carry
You're looking good. Anyway, I'm here. I'm here just to continue the discussion around the smoke-free policy. And again, congratulations to the Cancer Society. They have done some amazing work, and we have been right alongside them, supporting all the efforts. First, and another thing is congratulations to the council. I know that the smoke-free policy that you currently got, we've always commended at Hapai, and we believe that it had some great possible implications, if it was implemented well, for Auckland and especially Māori. So we can flick the slide. Who's...
Okay, just beside you.
Oh, it's beside me. Looking for it. There you go. You get this right. And I can't get it right.
I can move it for you.
Oh, yeah, that would be great. Thank you, Louis. So I am going to say a bit of the same stuff that the Cancer Society has been saying. However, I am going to put a strong Māori lens on it. This is an issue that's really impacting on our communities. And the Smoke-Free 2025 goal is a great one. However, Māori are absolutely not going to get there unless we do something more unusual than we are doing now. Business unusual is the key. So, Hapai, we have the National Tobacco Control Advocacy Service. Previously, we had the Māori Tobacco Control Service, but we've just been awarded the National Overall Advocacy Service. And one of our key areas of focus is actually reducing inequalities. So I'm speaking from that lens today. And our bylaw in particular will support our aim to reduce inequalities. It's just the next step towards making our communities healthier. It's the business unusual part. We can flick it again. So as you know, we've got a high percentage of smokers in counties Manukau, and unfortunately I will say it, it is Māori and Pacific, and we want to change that, and I know everybody here wants to change that too. Some facts, and I know Councillor Darby just grew up with you on the shore too, talked
does
to
he scare
this
you?
particular issue.
Were you scared of
You
him?
look younger.
Pardon?
He's a
You
very
weren't scared of
scary
me.
character.
No, I wasn't scared of him. You're right. So, just to put it into context, 5,500 children start smoking every day. And that relates
Every year.
specifically to bylaws. You know, we need to denormalise this habit. If we are walking around with our kids and people are smoking everywhere, then that figure is going to continue because it looks to our tamariki like it's something that we all do and it's just part of our everyday culture. 5,000 people die in New Zealand, which is what you've just talked about. And again, Māori and non-Māori, massive health inequalities in regards to this issue. If we can just knock it on the head for Māori, would be a lot healthier. And that, the key to that is continuing to denormalise and support our Māori communities in that process of making it not normal. And 83% of Māori wish they had never smoked. So again, they want this. They want an environment which supports them being smoke-free. And you guys are key to this. Smoking continues to be the leading cause of preventable death in New Zealand. So making smoke-free 2025 for all populations. Again, please, I feel like I'm here making the last kind of grovel for you to implement something that's really going to support our communities. So do take this on board and do the right thing. I'm really asking you to take it seriously. Next. So what we need to do to change the current picture, I think you may already know, it's already been said a couple of times this morning, but we did like the policy that is current at the moment. Yep. We just thought there was a bit of a gap between what was written and the implementation side. So, and we need a few more additions. So making smoke-free conditions for all council grants, leases and licences, and strengthen the implementation. And this is a bit, and I know the policy team really are concerned about this, and big ups to them for this particular issue. They are concerned about Māori smoking rates. That's very clear. Part of the way to deal with that in regards to strengthening the current policy is a good communication strategy. If we do it right for Māori, if we target our communication to our population groups, to Māori population groups and Pacific, we can bring them alongside us. They will know, they will be aware, and they'll be prepared to talk to their own whānau around this issue. That is key. And Melbourne, internationally, communication strategies are what have made bylaws really work. So we can't forget that part of the whole bylaw process. In summary, support options 1 and 3 together, a combination, and just strengthening the conditions for all council grants, leases and licensing, slip that in, and again, I keep saying it, the implementation part. You guys did a really good submission to central government on plain packaging, because in current policy it states that you will write submissions and have a voice nationally. You did that and you did it really well, and we'd like to see that continue, because that speaks volumes nationally. It's kind of set a precedence in regards to other councils. So thank you for your time. I hope that we hear some good things from you in regards to what we have recommended and other people in the audience have recommended. Well done to everybody for the current policy and the policy team for working so hard on this issue. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Councillor Casey.
Hapai wants us to do a bit more work with regard to grants, leases and licences. Did you mean events as well?
Events as well, absolutely. You guys have the power to do that, and it would be great to see it happen.
Thank you.
Oh, actually, no,
Councillor Wayne
wait.
Walker.
Sure. One of the issues that I raised on a previous occasion around smoke-free is the problem in apartment space and effectively body corporate space.
Mm.
Would it be possible to have some suggested wording for body corporates and the like, so that they've got something that they can pick up and run with?
Actually, it's funny.
And I mention this because this is developing as a serious problem, as we've got more people in apartment space and shared spaces, and many of those shared spaces increasingly are controlled by body corporates.
It's an interesting point you bring up, and actually one that I have been working with some of our colleagues in Australia on. So they're moving to that space, and we need to move into that space too. And absolutely, we're looking at wording, and we're looking at how they've been doing, because it's working quite well. And we're about to progress some of that work here in New Zealand, and we'd love to work with you more on that.
And if I can just speak further to that, it would be really good if there was some point of engagement with council officers around this, because I think that council has a very real role. Obviously, we can't tell body corporates what to do, but if we can put the information on the table so that they can pick it up more easily, as it applies to a number of things, that's important.
Yeah, absolutely, yep. And actually, we're starting to build those relationships with some of those people right now.
Councillor Cashmore?
Thanks, Mr Chairman. What does targeted communication to Maori and Pacifica look like? Have you had examples that actually have worked?
I think at the moment our current smoke-free signage it had its place. Now we need to move to a different sort of messaging where we include Māori language. There's some specific messages that are really relevant to our communities, and if you get the right people working with people like Hāpai and other Māori organisations, I think you can easily secure messages that are really going to work.
So anything else other than signage?
I think, there's a whole stream of communication strategies. No, it should not just be left to signage. That's part of the process. But talking to communities, consulting with communities, even some media, radio, I know the radio station, I think we all do, that Māori will listen to in those communities, and we can target those avenues, those media outlets that will speak to those communities.
Thank you.
Councillor Quacks?
Oh, thank you, Mr Chairman. Zoe, it's probably reasonable to assume that if you can stop people from taking up smoking in the first place, that would be very helpful, because it is very addictive, as we know, and hard to give up.
Absolutely.
So why is it that, from your experience, that Maoris still seem to be taking up smoking at such a high rate, double the rate of the rest of the population? Why would that be?
There's a number of factors, and bylaws are just one of the key strategies that we need in place to ensure that Māori don't continue to pick smoking up. There's other things that are going on. You know, when you think about tobacco, it's sold at our dairies, it's by the bread and the butter and the lollies. It is absolutely incredibly normalised, and for our communities, Māori communities especially, when you look at the numbers of outlets in the communities that we live, it's actually more than other places. Again, we have a historical smoking experience that is strongly embedded in generations after generation of our people. Now it's moving a little because of all the strategies put in place, more to go, and lowering the number of outlets, making the supply less, are all part of the big picture strategies that need to combine together to get us to a place where we aren't continuing to smoke. I do recall, somebody said a really great quote, Ben Yoden, who was the previous CEO of Ash in regards to tobacco, and he said the only choice people have in regards to smoking is taking it up. After that, it's not a choice because you're addicted.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Zoe.
George.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Nye.
Thank you. Look, I've raised this thing before, and I'll say it again, because I think it needs to be chased up, and probably your team can do it. Early 50s, right behind us here was Chinatown, boarding house establishments all up here. So we're opium smokers, the old people. And what they did, they made it a prescription drug. The only way the old people could get it was by prescription. If that type of thinking was applied to tobacco, we may make some progress.
It's certainly something that a lot of our researchers at Otago and University talk to. And there's some, right now there's a consultation process around e-cigarettes with nicotine in, so that's for some a possible solution in regards to weaning people off the product that actually is killing us, which is tobacco.
And I'll raise what I said to you because opium disappeared altogether at the end of that program. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you for your presentation. For me, the elephant in the room is the economic inequalities that it causes, and I don't hear anything. No one ever seems to talk about that. and I do take issue with you having been a practice nurse and supported people through giving up. You can give up, it is a choice.
Yeah.
However, I'm wondering whether in your programs you're actually really going hard out on this stuff, because we talk about the health effects, absolutely, and I completely agree with you. However, there's the economic effects, which are absolutely equally devastating to low-income families.
Okay.
Equally devastating, and which take the food out of children's mouths. And so do you actually go there? Because that's seems to be what worked in our practice when people realised what they were doing or taking away from their children was often the trigger. It wasn't about them. It's the same as family violence. They look at it and they go, oh my God, I've put up with it, but look what it's doing to my children. And I'm just wondering, you know, we talk about all this, but, you know,
Yeah, Councillor Cooper.
organisation really going there.
Yeah, you bring up some really good points. I myself am an ex-smoker. When I was on the shore, George Road.
Very permissive.
You might have seen me smoking a few times.
Get out of it.
And I did make the choice to give up, but certainly there were some key things that helped me around giving up. And one of the things was the BP station up the road. I moved away from, so I couldn't get there easily to buy cigarettes. So there was definitely, for me, I wanted to give up, but I needed the environmental support around me to make it happen.
Yeah.
So I think it's a combo. It's not one or the other, it's both.
That's right.
And your power here is to put the environmental stuff in place. There are a whole lot of new stop smoking services that are about to start to help with the other part of the picture. And the ministry have realigned our stop smoking services to ensure they're going to be more accessible, out there promoting themselves and working really effectively with people with those messages around cost, around the economic benefits of stopping. So they are definitely all part of the parcel.
Yeah,
but I
absolutely.
guess
It's
here it's something different that we're looking at from you, which is the environment. Kia ora.
I was just going to move, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
the
that's fine,
thanks.
okay.
And I was going to suggest that maybe in addition to thanking Zoe for attendance, we should thank her for moving from the North Shore.
Oh, okay.
I
I'll-
do love Orake.
I'll second that. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Aye. Against? Okay.
Kia ora.
Declare that carried. Thank you, Zoe.
Thank you
Much
for your time.
appreciated. Thank you. And our last presentation and public input is Dr. David Sinclair, Medical Officer of Health.
Good morning, councillors. I'm David Sinclair. I'm one of the medical officers of health with the Public Health Service of Auckland Regional Public Health, and I have apologies from Dr. Brad Novak, who would normally be here, and I have with me Dean Adam, who's the manager of our health improvement team who handle our smoke-free program. Just from listening to the discussion so far this morning, very encouraged by the level of discussion and engagement with Council. We're very supportive of the policy that Council has had over the last few years and its development. And we see this as a really quite important area where many organisations and agencies are involved with trying to make some good progress. We're also encouraged by the way that the Auckland Plan has been facilitating some of that interaction and discussion over the last few years. As you know, we are one of the regulatory agencies for dealing with the Smoke-Free Environments Act, and a lot of our work involves some of the issues you're talking about here today, about the way that regulation gets enforced and administered, that sort of balance between education and support and the hard end. So I think it's an important discussion. We certainly would agree with the previous presenters around the importance of working on this, the option and the details around what will be in a potential bylaw, as well as continuing on with the policy. I'm going to hand over to Dean, who's got our presentation and most of our details. So thank you very much for your invitation to come here.
Thank you, David. Kia ora tātou. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. As David, Dr. Sinclair mentioned, our smoke-free program covers policy advice implementation, compliance, until recently cessation support. So we do feel we've got a good understanding of some of the complexities that councillors have been interested in today. As Council's existing policy recognises, and other speakers have mentioned, smoking is the leading cause of mortality in New Zealand. It's one of the main contributors to disparities of health outcomes and life expectancy for Māori and Pacific communities in our country. Your current policy supports collective responsibility towards smoke-free tamaki makaurau, and we are working closely with council staff and other sector stakeholders to identify actions that we can do to advance this goal. And we do want to recognise and appreciate that partnership today, but also we have some thoughts around some active and practical ways council could also take this forward. The key point we wanted to make with you is that while we agree with the importance of strengthening the implementation of the current policy, we also believe that option 3, the investigation of a targeted bylaw, is a necessary requirement to complement any improvements or revisions. Investigating a targeted bylaw will be a significant opportunity to start creating an integrated system that aligns public policy, regulatory and enforcement mechanisms for tobacco control in Auckland. And 3 points we wanted to make to support that view. Introduction of a targeted bylaw such as we've proposed would be a significant intervention, landmark policy step for tobacco control, and there's significant value in that in itself. There's several things that council can do now with its existing policy or even through revisions, but these would also be strengthened through the addition of a targeted bylaw. A bylaw such as we're proposing would also help regulatory partners such as ourselves and the rest of the sector towards the goal of a smoke-free Auckland. On the first of these points, the development and socialisation of a targeted bylaw is an effective intervention itself for Auckland that no other agency is able to lead. We believe this represents a critical role for local government and tobacco control, and an opportunity for Auckland Council to demonstrate leadership in a significant social and health issue, as you've recently done with obesity. There's legal advice and support for a targeted bylaw that would protect the public from the harms of second-hand smoke through provisions that limit smoking in high-density or confined spaces, and denormalisation of smoking through provisions that limit smoking.
Excuse me, can you move forward to the microphone, please? It's very quiet on the
Sorry about that.
recording.
Yep. Denormalisation of smoking through provisions that limit smoking in areas frequented by children and young people. In the same way that New Zealand's introduction of smoke-free indoor areas was groundbreaking internationally, but is now becoming the norm, the first targeted bylaw of this type would be seminal for tobacco control around New Zealand. Making this first step will be a considerable value in itself. A targeted bylaw will also strengthen the tools Council already has the ability to use. As the tabled report notes, Council's existing policy has considerable sector support and represents a positive commitment from Council towards smoke-free Auckland. Your existing systems such as commercial arrangement, leases, grants and licensing conditions for street trading events could already strengthen Council's smoke-free policies through a directive from yourselves. However, based on advice from all government legal service, Claro Legal, which also provided advice to Cancer Society, the effectiveness of these arrangements, particularly the licensing of events and outdoor dining, would be strengthened and complemented through the provision of a targeted bylaw. So a targeted bylaw would actually strengthen your own ability to influence your outcomes. And lastly, Council is not alone in its commitment to a smoke-free Auckland. AFS and other agencies are all working towards this goal. However, a targeted bylaw would add considerable support to our existing regulatory enforcement and public health actions that's underway or proposed. At present, under the Smoke-Free Environments Act, AFS opportunities for enforcement are currently strongest in licensed premises. On the other hand, enforcement for non-licensed premises has been proven more difficult to progress. We believe that a targeted bylaw could go a long way to strengthen our ability to support the Ministry of Health in effective enforcement and to further enable prosecution for persistent breaches of the Act. Council would also be able to support AFS and other stakeholders in the sector through graduated enforcement responses such as warning notices and the use of the bylaw itself as a deterrent even without prosecution. So a targeted bylaw, we believe, could be developed to complement and strengthen existing regulatory systems. So to conclude, we believe that the introduction of a targeted bylaw focused on high density, confined areas and areas frequented by children would be considerable value on its own. It would strengthen Council's existing policies and be considerable help to Council's regulatory partners and the rest of the sector towards a smoke-free tamaki makaurau. This is why we consider the investigation of the targeted bylaw as a necessary requirement to complement any improvements or revisions that you make to your policy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? I just got one question for Dr. Sinclair. You know, this kind of a bylaw of this nature, we've got bylaws in relation to alcohol areas where alcohol is not permitted. I just wonder if Ministry of Health or the DHBs, your organisation, would consider being a partner with Auckland Council to any extent in this.
Oh, certainly. I think this is one of the things, we've been involved with a number of your bylaw revisions over the last year as well. So and there's a lot of potential areas for interchange and working together on that. It's certainly a great option, yeah.
Yeah, and one of the areas obviously is always funding. Maybe,
Good segue, man.
Well, maybe that's
It's always a good thing. Well, we were looking in, definitely. Well, we have staff who are involved in the enforcement of certainly in licensed premises. So there's a lot of experience and knowledge that we have around that, which I'm very sure we'll be able to share. I can't commit to funding. That's Dean's area, but it's a sort of a facilitating. This will be something we'd be certainly interested in doing.
Yeah, it would be helpful if it was a joined up from your organisation and this organisation. So we'll take that on board. Councillor Walker.
Just picking up on the concept of funding, but also collaboration. I don't doubt that there are other councils around New Zealand that may be moving towards a bylaw around smoke-free, and it might be quite useful if our council collaborated with a number of them. That might, on the one hand, reduce some of our costs, but also make it more pervasive. So I just put that to you, Mr. Chair.
Well, okay, well, the submitters is really the people that can answer the questions, but I think that's probably a...
So are there other councils that are moving towards bylaws?
Well, the Wanganui District Council
Saw that.
does have a small bylaw. I'm not aware, I haven't been involved in that. Dean will know more about that implementation. It's a cautious step, I think, that they've taken in that.
North and
And Palmerston North?
Palmerston North and Wanganui.
Right.
And
So
LGNZ have passed a remit at conference.
Okay, well, that's good.
A lot
That's
of
good
leadership
progress.
down there.
Yeah. And each will have these will take a number of years to explore through and how they work and what the pros and cons are and what you get better traction on. Yeah, so certainly it's
It's actually
Councillor Darby.
I'd just like to move vote of thanks to Dr Sinclair and Mr Adams.
I'll second that.
Okay, second by
I
Councillor.
had a
Thank you. Oh, let's go. Councillor Fletcher, do you have a question?
Yes, I did have a question.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry. Well, before we put the motion,
Thank you, David. Thank you, Dean. A very comprehensive overview. Later in the agenda, we're looking at the provision of open space in Auckland and the funding around that. What you didn't comment in your presentation was how important open space is for those who want to quit the smoking addiction.
Yes.
From a health perspective.
I definitely agree. Thank you for the question. Ian Potter used to be the Chief Executive for Health Sponsorship Council, and he used to talk about the path from home to work and back again, and how many opportunities where you're promoted to take up smoking. So as Zoe talked earlier about denormalising and reducing the opportunities where you're prompted to smoking, be able to enjoy being outside. We have a lot of discussions and feedback through our cessation service where people are going to the hospital for often lung or respiratory illnesses, and they have to walk through smokers while they're trying to quit themselves, while they're supporting family. And so that exposure, both the harms of passive smoking or secondhand smoke, but also the triggers while you're already under stress or going through life. So the more we denormalise and make smoking the rare occurrence we see, the more actually we help support smokers to quit, reduce the harm to people who don't smoke. It's all to a positive health benefit.
And there's also the aspect of activity in open spaces as being quite an adjunct to people's efforts to quit as well. It's quite a useful adjunct to that as well. Yeah.
I was giving you the opportunity to advocate for 2 agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for that.
Well, thank
Very
you.
happy to do that.
Appreciate your coming in this morning, and the item will come up pretty quickly.
Thank you very much.
After the next presentation. So I'll put the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against, declare that carried. We now move to item 6, local board input, and we have a presentation from the Mangere Otahu Local Board Chair Lydia Sassini. Without Carol. Carol's not here. So I've got Grant Barnes. He's the General Manager of Licensing Compliance. He's come up to the table here, going to help you answer any questions and at the moment. So Lydia, we're in your hands. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Councillors and IMSB member. for the opportunity to speak to this issue, proliferation of boarding houses in Auckland.
What's happening here, Louis?
I'm not sure what's happened.
Louis, he might have to move it along himself. Hey, there we are.
Okay. So in early June, I presented a slide and a presentation to the Community Safety and Development Committee to raise this issue of proliferation, particularly with living standards in the boarding houses. We have a number of social issues in our community with respect to boarding houses, including a convicted rapist being housed near a local primary school. I recommended to the committee through our advocacy, through unitary plan and ongoing advocacy, the need for council to take a lead in thinking about how do we ensure boarding houses provide quality living standards. And in particular, we've been hearing about a number of horror stories in our local community. We're really concerned the definition of a boarding house in various legislative documents as well as in councils. And we've been listening to these stories because of the increasing trend for private homes in our local community being converted into boarding houses to help pay for the huge mortgages currently being experienced. We've heard of a number of homes that separate families, including children, in every room of the house, including the garage, and exorbitant charges of $200 to $300 per week. These houses aren't recorded anywhere. And as far as everyone is concerned, from our view, there isn't a boarding house problem, so there isn't a need to monitor this particular issue. And a number of residents are too scared to say anything because they may lose their accommodation, and it is about affordability of housing. So, Chair and Committee, in recent months, as you're all aware, homelessness has become a very hot topic in the news. For us, it's also related to boarding houses and the ability to our region to provide quality housing options for all. Added to that is the housing shortages, which everyone is fully aware of, and an issue of concern is not only for our local board but for government as well. Current government initiated a report into boarding houses in 2011, which wasn't completed, but it was restarted and then completed subsequently in 2014. It has identified a number of problems in the way of addressing boarding houses. There is a real lack of a single clear definition of what a boarding house is. Legislation and regulations for boarding houses is currently fragmented. Poor living standards that we have seen in many of the boarding houses, and although that's anecdotal, some of that evidence has been presented by our own council officers' reports. Governments and councils' passive approach to compliance, and lack of education for the community and landlords. The report highlighted that government has a hands-off approach to monitoring and compliance, and most councils don't even believe they have a problem with boarding houses. So, Chair and Council, in our view, it is a fundamental issue that no one, not council or government, or even the social services, really understand how widespread and serious this issue is. For your information, we have ongoing discussions with local police, and there seems to be different lists of the boarding houses that police have to attend to in terms of the list and what is recorded. This confirms the fact that we as an organisation and governors need to better understand this issue. It also highlights the manage with our current situation and the boarding houses we work with. For your information, we are not against boarding houses. We believe that they play an important part of Auckland's housing future. But what we do believe is that the council needs to be more proactive in these types of facilities and identify the issues and develop meaningful responses or a mechanism that results in better outcomes for our community. So the key issue for us through the chair, is that there's no real understanding of actual numbers. There's no way of confirming standards of boarding houses to do with safe and sanitary. And there's no way of tracking trends in growth of boarding houses facilities, specifically growth of residential home conversions. So the question that I want to ask is, how should Auckland Council manage boarding houses into the future? Is it a bylaw? Where is the evidence? And where can the decision be made in terms of this issue that we raise? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Lydia. McGrath, have you got any comments on the issues that Lydia's raised there? Because I think there's a parliamentary. It's not a full across the Parliament look at this, but I think some of the parties, I think Labor and the Greens, are looking at this at the moment. But have you got any views on this? Councillor Casey's also been looking at it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So staff acknowledge the views of the Mangere Otahu Local Board and expressly thank them for their assistance in the recent proactive compliance program that the Regulatory Services Directorate concluded. Just by way of background, councillors will be familiar with the recently concluded review of bylaws that was conducted up to November 2014. This matter, the matter of a bylaw for boarding houses, was extensively canvassed and explored by the Regulatory and Bylaws Committee under Councillor Penrose's chairmanship. In July 2015, the Regulatory and Bylaws Committee resolved, concluded that current legislative provisions are adequate for council to address the standard of boarding houses in Auckland. And I make reference, therefore, to the Building Act, the Resource Management Act, the Residential Tenancy Act, the Health Act, and a raft of other subsidiary regulations. Those statutory tools are powerful in their own right and give my team and my colleagues sufficient powers under those various statutes to take action where it's warranted. In conjunction with the committee's resolution, staff were also instructed to develop a proactive compliance program that we reported the second year of results to the Regulatory and Bylaws Committee in July. This program is multi-department, multi-agency, and proactive in its outlook and outreach. In reporting the second round of findings, staff noted that in the initial round of inspections, there was a very high rate of non-compliance with those boarding houses inspected, primarily in the realm of fire safety, overcrowding, and unsanitary conditions. In each of those instances, the Building Act, the Resource Management Act, and the Health Act allowed us to address those issues with the boarding house owner and operator, such that when staff went back to those sites, compliance had been achieved in all cases. The second round recently concluded in Otahu saw a lesser rate of non-compliance. We believe that in staff actively monitoring and progressing compliance in the boarding houses, that the message is getting out in some quarters. I have, though, spoken recently with building consent colleagues, and we do acknowledge that there is a wider issue around unconsented minor dwellings. You are no doubt familiar with recent media, particularly on News Hub, that showed 3-bedroom homes converted into multiple tenancies. My point there is, again, where conditions are identified as being substandard or not in accordance with good building practice, there are statutory provisions available to council to address them. It's staff's advice that the addition of a bylaw would not be helpful in this regard. Staff do suggest that this committee's encouragement of further proactive compliance and monitoring by the Regulatory Services Department would be a good thing to hear.
Thank you. Questions of Lydia or Councillor John Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lydia, you've presented a pretty disturbing scenario here whereby this kind of de facto spread of boarding houses, even though they maybe don't meet that formal classification, is increasing, and if it's increasing in your area, there'll be plenty of other areas where it's just the same. You're familiar with from a local board. What's your view in terms of the ability or the proactive approach that Mr. Barnes has outlined in terms of dealing with what you're seeing happening on the ground, which seems to be increasing and which seems to require something of an urgent response as opposed to a policy development or some such other mechanism? Thank you for the question, Councillor Watson. In terms of where we are locally, the problem is we've got increasing homelessness in our community. I've been to 3 of the 4 community events and seeing what I'm seeing on the ground, and some people around the table also attended to support that issue. What we are pleading for is a stronger mechanism and a stronger monitoring in terms of the provisions. I take note and I thank the Officer Barnes for providing, but it's adequate. And given that the housing issue is a massive issue, the people at the bottom of the scale are gagged or responding in a very, it's not a good situation where we are. And obviously other boards will have the same issue, particularly where the economic wealth, which is a whole nother issue. And so we're talking to police who are responding in their powers for the issues that they do. I'm getting feedback from school principals who haven't seen the issue lighten or asking what council is doing. So I appreciate the information from the officers. However, it's adequate, hence my point. We need to strengthen in terms of a response, and I appreciate there's unitary plan. That's a whole different mechanism tool for council that council will decide on soon. But I need to continue to highlight the issue of boarding houses, and the tools that are in place are adequate. Well, I'm not satisfied with adequate because we're talking about families at the bottom end. So that's the only answer I can give you anecdotally, Councillor, at this stage. So that's our plea. Adequate's not good enough for our community, councillors.
Thank you. Councillor Quacks.
Mr. Chairman, thanks, but actually Grant has given a very fulsome answer to a lot of the questions that I had, so I thank him for that. And I don't
Okay, well, we've got a B that's going to go up on the board in a minute, so, and then Councillor Casey.
Oh, yeah. Recent experience of a complaint by a boarding house resident brought into play all those pieces of legislation that Grant was talking about, and the response from council was immediate and sensitive, I think. But my question is to Grant, and it's about, I understand that complaints are dealt with well, but what about the proactive policing that Lydia is asking for? The particular boarding house that you inspected had been annually inspected, but that's a kind of cursory inspection and a ticking of the boxes. In actual fact, there was a non-consented premise that has gone on for years and years. So that my question is, I have a worry about that. What are you doing to proactively police boarding houses and give it the real once over, not the ticking of the boxes?
So the operational plan that was developed sees building control, my department and resource consents, working with the fire safety and conducting an annual inspection of a cohort of known boarding houses. The first round we did 19, the second round we did 5. The committee can draw its own conclusion whether, in your expertise, you think we should be doing more. That is the plan at the moment, that we do it on an annual basis. I can attest to the success of those places that we did monitor, where we did find severe and serious non-compliance, that was rectified as a consequence of our intervention. So it demonstrates to me as your compliance manager that us getting involved is positive, but I'll leave it to your determination about whether we should be doing more of that in light of other pressing matters the Directorate is facing.
The answer is yes, and I'm looking forward to the B, which I can't read.
I'll put it up. Oh, you can't read it? I'll just, it's B is express support for the continuance of the proactive compliance approach to monitoring and inspection of boarding houses in Auckland, and, excuse me, and request an update on inspections and observations in early 2017.
Could I suggest a change of wording to extend the programme? So we've got 24 boarding houses in it, and there's many, many more that should be in the pot and getting looked at. So it would be extension, which is, I think, what you're asking
Continuance
for.
and extension, with an extension. Okay, something like that. Okay, I think Grant.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, does that encapsulate the primary thrust of Lydia's presentation, in that we have a number of houses that maybe don't come under this boarding house categorisation that are maybe the new problem here, even more so than the boarding houses we've been monitoring? Can I ask, Grant, is that, are you going to be able to address these houses that are being used as boarding houses but aren't under your orbit thus far? Off the radar.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, so we are seeing an increase in the rate of complaints specific to those dwellings. The definition of boarding house allows us to extend our program to encapsulate those. It's our view that a proactive response is warranted, and we were looking to consider that as part of the next round of monitoring.
Thank you.
Mr.
Well,
Chairman?
Mr. Kimpton's talking to Grant about the issues that can go into that, so we can rewrite it when we're finished. We've got some other questions, though. Councillor Fletcher?
I just don't like express support. I mean, this is a committee. Are we requesting? I just think that if this is to give expression to the response that Lydia is wanting today, express support is not, we have the ability to direct. So if we are wanting to direct or request, then we should be specific.
Yep.
Okay, well, we can change that as well. Mr. Kimpton will talk to me about that, and we'll carry on with the questions. Councillor Lee.
Yes, thank you. Once again, Board Chair Sorsini has brought to the Council an issue of major importance, so thank you for that. And obviously it's a developing issue, so while the Council may have been quite wise not to embark on a bylaw some time ago, a couple of years ago, things could change. But so my questions really are to Grant and Mr. Barnes, and that is, if I understand it correctly, there is a number of pieces of legislation, including the Residential Tenancy Act 1947, which I suspect we're going to hear a lot more about in light of the unitary plan recommendations from here on in. With all these pieces of legislation, you have compiled like a regulatory protocol, and with that protocol, you're inspecting to ensure that the law is being complied with. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. Here's a simple question. I think what Lydia has told us just confirms the notion that the idea of boarding houses that I have, and I'm sure other people have, is kind of like from English movies, with the boarding house knock and the landlady at the door in case anything was going on untoward. But I think that's a different kind of a world we're dealing with now. But I've had complaints about a boarding house in Ponsonby, and it relates to the lack of provision of soap. And this has been going on for some years. I can say that it has been frustrating in the past, but recently, and possibly it's something to do with you, the response from council officers have been a lot more positive. Are boarding houses meant to provide soap? Simple question. You don't have to answer it now, but it's absolutely critical in terms of
at
health.
a regional, we run the city, and
Basic,
asking about
fundamental hygiene and health when you've got crowded services.
It can be answered offline to you then.
Okay,
thank you.
answer offline. I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but it's just a demonstration how this problem, a little thing like that.
Good question. Councillor Penrose,
Not
next.
even on the first
Good
item, it's
question.
11:15.
Well, we all have, they're all.
This is an important matter.
Councillor Penrose.
Core business.
People can buy soap.
Wash your mouth out,
Councillor Wood, being that we haven't got this as an item on the agenda, and it was originally the local board did write to the Reg and Bylaws Committee, and I thought it would be best to come to this committee, being that yourself and Councillor Casey's been managing this one. You've asked for questions. Can I make a comment, please, Mr. Chair?
Yes. I know your question at this stage, but, well, okay.
Well, there's no item on the agenda, so if I can make a comment.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to make a comment in regards to Grant's feedback from the regulatory arm of council. And may I say, Mr. Mayor and myself met with the Minister of Local Government on Friday, and he was very clear to us that he wants to see councils across the country show some prudence and the fiscal envelope. And I know we're going into an election campaign, and I see a number that say that continually that we've got to keep rates at 2% and be fiscally prudent. And I've said around this table for me a long, long time now that you know, we've got to have the people on the ground to be able to deliver the outcomes. And I've said from day one that when we went from 158 bylaws down to 20 over the last 5 and a bit years within the statutory time frame, that unless it's workable, doable, enforceable, we shouldn't have it there. Grant's highlighted today that the tools are already there within the building and regulatory area. And if we're to go down a bylaw process, Mr. Chair, again, I would err on the side of caution because, again, it involves more staff. And again, I sit around this table getting told that we have too many staff within the organisation. Yet, over the last 12 months, we've had a good number of staff leave our organisation for a whole raft of reasons. And again, I point out the fact is that I would be more concerned not just about boarding houses, but makeshift garages, carports, vans, camper vans, and I can take you to a whole heap of them in the south, where I have deep concerns about that. But again, it goes back to, we already have the tools there now, but we need the troops on the ground to be able to deliver the outcomes. So, you know, whether you're a mayoral candidate leading up to it, or whether you're a councillor or a board member, you know, bear in mind that if you want to deliver outcomes in the growing city, you're going to have to front row it. I'll leave it there, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Webster?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to, I mean, Councillor Watson sort of brought up the issue that I was going to raise, but having listened to the debate around the table, I'm very uncomfortable that this is being dealt with in this way. I applaud the chair of the board for bringing it to us, but it isn't about boarding houses per se, it is about the continuing trend to use, as Councillor Penrose said, other areas. I've heard some hair-raising stories from staff about the number of people being charged for $300 to $400 a room with no adequate cooking facilities, cooking on barbecues outside, that sort of thing. I think this actually warrants a report to this council, to this committee. I don't do that lightly because I know Mr. Kimpton is very concerned when we do that, and I don't think I've ever asked for an extra report to be brought. I think Grant's trying to do a really good job. I think the word boarding houses is a misnomer in this situation, and I mean, maybe it should go to, no, I think it's got to go to a committee of the whole, and I would request that further work's done on this and a report's brought back to this committee.
Okay, well, that's now there. It'll come back as a report to the appropriate committee. Thank you. Councillor Darby.
Thank you, Councillor Webster, because that's where I was going to. I think we need to get our heads around this. I generally support the A and the B there, but I think we need to delve into it deeper. And look, this is just another aspect of the extremely complex Auckland housing crisis.
Absolutely.
Whichever way you look, there's another aspect. It's not, there's no silver bullets getting ourselves out of jail on this. It's going to be a decades-long project that we'll be embarking on. But I am actually aware, and I guess Councillor Webster was alluding to this, while we're focusing on boarding houses here, I'm aware of another category of short-stay hostels, for example, which have got more lenient legislation around them. And the legislation goes back to 1947, which is outdated. It's the Housing Improvement Regulations, which I think the IHP referred to as something that we could rely on. So it's got language which we no longer use. It talks about water closets, lavatories, and it is so outdated. So the mechanisms that we've got at our disposal need to be reconsidered by the Parliament because we're hanging hopelessly at the moment. So I tend to agree with Councillor Webster. We could, have our two bob here today, but it actually doesn't make a lot of difference unless we delve into it as we should.
Okay, thank you. I'm just talking to Mr. Kimpton here. So, Councillor Clow.
Thank you, Lydia, for bringing this to our attention again. I have a question really for Grant, because effectively what we're talking about around here at the moment is boarding houses with overcrowding because of homelessness or people unable to afford their own homes or renting their own properties if they can find it. But there is another issue, and we've had something flare up in Green Bay and Godley Road with several properties with boarding houses where these are boarding houses where there's quite a lot of, basically all the boarders are troubled individuals that have come from various departments, including corrections. And we've had an example, like Lydia mentioned, the rapist, but we've had a murderer that was referred into a boarding house, and that person was an incredibly aggressive criminal who intimidated everyone in all the houses, and that led to antisocial behaviour across the road in the shopping centre, begging, intimidation of people outside liquor shops, and then that leads into liquor in public places because there's a park that was used, and again there's no enforcement. How are we dealing with that situation? Because standards for people where it's overcrowding and that, of course we needed to monitor that, but then there's another ramp up when you're getting these boarding houses that do have, as I say, that really is a lot of troubled individuals that are going to be troubled in a lot of situations. So and indeed most of the benefits have been paid by government agencies to pay for the rent. Are we working, how are we coordinating with government agencies, and where does the line get drawn? That's my first question.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, you're quite right, Councillor Clow. For this to be effective requires a multi-agency approach, and being very deliberate. This council engaged prior to taking any physical steps with the compliance program with the Ministry of Social Development, Ministry of Business Innovation, New Zealand Police, Salvation Army, Mont Celia Housing Trust, Corrections New Zealand, Civil Defence and Emergency Management, and our very own community safety team. We consulted and collaborated extensively prior to embarking on the operational plan, and in fact sought guidance from Councillor Casey and her committee on a contingency. One of the concerns that officers had is by embarking on this compliance program, we would have unintended consequences on those residents and further exacerbating their difficult housing circumstances, such that contingency plans were put in place should a difficult decision such as issuing a closing order be required. Fortunately, in both rounds of compliance, that was not required. Those facilities were able to open. And then, if I may, in specific reference to your observations about criminals and aggressive folk and individuals with mental health issues, yes, that's very real, and this was very deliberately the reason why we were working with corrections, the probation service and the New Zealand Police, as those agencies are the primary ones for dealing with those matters. We've made sure that we've done our work in conjunction with them, in collaboration with them.
So what is our responsibility on the behalf of neighbours? Because it's often neighbours in the situation where you have troubled people with mental illness or whatever, causing a lot of angst for the neighbours and indeed petrifying people. Have we got a role in that, or is that all corrections?
I thought we had. Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I think we're straying into. I mean, this was a local board 5-minute presentation. That's why I actually called for a report. And I think, you know, if we're not careful, here we are an hour and a half into the meeting, and we're still on public input and local board input, and this is too big a question to deal with in this way.
Look, can I just explain that it came up yesterday at the Community Development and Safety Committee as well, the issue of homelessness, I think, and the recommendation is that a report comes to this committee, which will be now next month, on the homelessness issue. So put that aside. We're dealing here today with boarding houses, and it's obviously a topic which has a lot of passion and concern because of the plight that we have at the present time. So I agree with Councillor Webster that we can't take this very much further. Councillor...
So point of order. Point of order. Are you ruling I cannot speak anymore?
No, I'm not. Sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have cut across you like that.
Thank you. So I just wonder whether we should be thinking about trying to put together some sort of think tank on this, rather than just a council report. I mean, should we be trying to get a group of people together to form something when that can include boarding house owners? And there are some that own quite a lot of property. I mean, we try and work our way through that.
I think the report, well, the way that this is being handled is that the officers come back to obviously the next term of early in the next term of council with their observations. They'll continue the work they're doing at the present time. I think this moves it forward, and we'll get some facts on the table more than we have now. Yep. So I think that's the way forward. So that's what I'm going to rule, that we're not going to start making any decisions today further than that. Councillor Penrose, do you want to make a comment?
Mr. Chair, mine's along the same lines as Councillor Clow there, I was waving my hand around for, because this is not going to achieve anything in my view. This goes deeper than this, as I said to you before. It's not just about boarding houses. And again, it comes back to compliance. You know, our regulatory guys are absolutely stretched. You know, and if you want to deal with the issue, you're going to have to front load it. Simple as that. And I continue to hear under this table, you know, about fiscal prudency and staff numbers. You know, the city is growing faster than we can keep up with. Our building guys, 132,000 inspections last 12 months. Our guys can't keep loading it. So, you know, it's bigger than this. I say a workshop or something, but we can't, to me, that's not going to achieve nothing.
Okay, well, I think we're running to the end of this term of council. Councillor Casey.
Oh, just to make a wee correction, George, the recommendation passed yesterday at the Community Development and Safety Committee relates to the development of a homelessness policy. And that's for the new council. We're aware there's a gap. We've got an outdated homeless action plan. So this will be part of the new council's remit to have to develop a policy with the agencies using the collaborative approach. And so I would see that boarding houses would be part of that.
Okay, so that will be coming up pretty early on in the new term of council, as will what we're talking about here. So. I think that really is as far as we can take this today. I'm going to thank Lydia for coming in. You've certainly scratched an issue here that brings out a lot of passion and concern, and I think that is reflecting the concern out in our communities right now. So thank you, Lydia. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Chair.
With that, I'm going to move the recommendation, seconded by Councillor Clow. I'll put those in favour.
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Thank you. We now will move to extraordinary business. There's no extraordinary business, no notices of motion. We now move to item 9, which is the smoke-free policy review decision on the next steps. And I'm going to move, and Councillor Anai is going to second that we pursue option 2 and option 3. And now we'll have a presentation from the
Mr.
officers.
Chairman, can I clarify my foreshadowed amendment?
Yes. So you got a foreshadowed motion with Councillor.
And I'll second
But I
Councillor
wanted
Crumb's.
to say, oh,
I'll
sorry.
second Councillor Crumb's motion. Thank you.
Yeah.
I thought I had.
I think
So,
you'd already
thank you,
organised that,
Katarina,
hadn't you,
and
Penny?
with your team. Thank you.
Yesterday.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Belinda Hanson. I'm the team leader for social policy and
Oh, right, it's all
bylaws.
about
And with me I have Kimberly Rees, policy analyst, who's been working on the policy review, and you know Katarina and Mike Sinclair, my two bosses. So I'm just going to give a quick run through of the report, just a précis. I know we've already talked about it this morning, so I won't take too long, and then we're happy to take some questions. So, as you know, the policy aligns with the government's 2025 smoke-free goal and is designed to implement some of the council's commitments within the Auckland plan. An independent academic report has found that our policy is the most ambitious and comprehensive of all city and district councils across the country. The policy included a review clause, so scheduled a review for this year, which is now complete. So we've reviewed the intent and implementation of the policy, and a report before you today outlines the findings, options and recommendations. So the full findings report is included under a separate cover, and the agenda report summarises the findings for you in the executive summary and at paragraphs 37 to 41 of the report. The review found that the policy is successful in meeting its overall purpose of representing the council's commitment to making Auckland smoke-free by 2025. So the policy framework and intent are generally effective and well supported by stakeholders, as you've heard today. As a whole, Auckland is on track to meet the goal of less than 5% of the population smoking by 2025. However, this is not the case for Māori and Pacific groups. The review found that implementation of the policy has been gradual and fragmented, which has hindered the policy's overall effectiveness in meeting its purpose and objectives. The shortfalls of the policy's performance, though, are not due to a lack of focus, coverage, or content of the policy itself, but instead are related to a lack of communication and insufficient resources allocated to the implementation of the policy. So after reflecting on the findings, staff have identified 4 options for the committee to consider today regarding the way forward. Staff recommend option 2, which is to develop a new smoke-free policy, and we consider that this is the best way to address the findings that have come from the review. A new policy would be developed in collaboration with the sector and would help to redefine the council's role in contributing to the smoke-free 2025 goal. The current policy would conclude in 2018, so the new policy would run through to 2025. This recommendation takes into account the viewpoints of the key stakeholders, including those you've heard from today, because the review encompassed key informant interviews with 17 external stakeholder organisations. So that's a quick précis of the report, and we're happy to take any questions from the committee.
Questions from around the Councillor Crum and Councillor Casey.
Just on a really, really well done report and review, and as we come to expect from the team, just good quality stuff. And lengthy too, and 4 options as well. So just on paragraph 40 and 41, where you are referring to, or perhaps I could even say admitting to, lack of communication with stakeholders and key communities when first the policy was developed, and that essentially we could have done better. So with hindsight, what could you have done better? And my question is, can that, if you could identify a few things that you could have done better then, could that not be instigated or implemented now with option 1 in terms of tweaking the current policy?
So through the chair, thank you, Councillor Crum. I guess the quick answer is that yes, options 1 and 2 are both designed to address those improvements that the review identified. So they would both result in, I guess, more proactive communication, publicity campaigns, allocated budget for the signage implementation, and so a general improvement in the implementation and operation of the policy.
Thank you. Councillor Casey.
It was along the same lines. I distinctly heard the Cancer Society tell us that option 1 and 3 would be their preferred method, and would be their preferred approach. And your response to that is?
So you definitely can combine options in the paper. So definitely options 1 and 2 can be combined with option 3. As you know, in the report we have indicated that staff don't recommend option 3. We have some clear cautions about regulating for some of this that make us recommend that. So whilst you can, and of course councillors can do anything with your resolutions, I suppose staff are still very cautious about taking a regulatory approach to this matter.
Thank you. Councillor Chris, Mr. Chris McDonald, sorry.
Kia ora, and thanks very much for a very good report. I'm very impressed by the Māori impact statement. We've done some really in-depth analysis there and made some recommendations. I mean, we totally support option 2. What we'd like to see, though, is perhaps a little bit more emphasis on, you know, some actions around populations of need within the Southern Initiative, Māori and Pacific populations, even to the extent that we would like to see an action plan that was more deliberate around taking a more targeted approach. We know that universal policies tend to, you know, be used, tend to affect populations differently, or in different populations differently. So I'm wondering, Mr. Chair, if I could propose just a slight amendment to that the council will develop an action plan to target those most in need, including Māori, Pacific and residents of the Southern Initiative, given that those two objectives, that you need more traction on those two objectives in the previous policy.
Okay, well, can you write it out and Mr. Kimpton will have a look at it. Thank you. Councillor Webster.
Yes, thank you. And I reiterate it was a good report. Do you think, though, having heard what you've heard this morning, and certainly having sat around this table on numerous occasions over the last 5 years and heard submissions as we had on the bylaw for outdoor dining, and having seen what has been achieved in Wanganui and Palmerston North, that, I mean, could you tell me why we have to have a new policy? It just seems that we don't need to go out, surely, to talk to groups that we know what they think. I mean, we've heard from the public, we've heard from the Cancer Society, we've heard from medical, we've heard from youth, we've heard from, I mean, the number of people we've heard from, as someone said this morning, is nearly as much as the dog laws. I mean, why do we have to reinvent the wheel? Why can't we be...
We don't.
We've already got a great policy. Well, we don't.
Oh,
I mean, so I'm asking why we have to start again.
We don't.
Well, I'm asking the question, because that's what that
Okay, well,
says,
let the
start
officer
again.
answer.
Cautionary
Let the
approach.
officer answer.
It's a good question. Thank you, Councillor
Thank you.
Webster.
I just get a bit...
So I think option 1 and just the status quo, they are always legitimate options for the council to take. One of the reasons that we have recommended option 2, I suppose, is because for the reasons that member Chris MacDonald has set out. So we consider that we need to take a much more proactive and targeted approach. And so when you're now looking at, there are specific target groups and specific populations now perhaps that our policy needs to be more focused towards, including, actually, we haven't heard from smokers, and we haven't worked with them a little bit more around co-design in terms of when you get to specific target groups and you've achieved a lot of gains, it is very hard to achieve the last gains in terms of that 15% remaining. And so we believed that a much more targeted approach needs to be undertaken, and it felt like that didn't fit within the existing policy, that it would be more of a new policy. However, we very much, if you specified, that could be the specific area where we focused on in terms of option 1. So we could be really clear that it's option 1, but actually we want to specifically improve this. So Member MacDonald's resolution that might be being typed up now could be your clear specification around what you want us to do in option 1.
Thank you.
So can I ask further, Mr. Chairman, how come Palmerston North and Wanganui were able to do stuff so quickly? And I have to say the Mayor of Palmerston North is rather a hero in some areas at the moment, and it's a student city.
I learned to smoke in Palmerston North.
Did you stop when you
and
got
Wanganui,
to...
actually.
Order.
Go to the North Shore.
Perhaps if I could respond to that through the chair, and you would have noted in the introductory comment the feedback that we got from the research and evaluation of our policy, which was adopted in 2012, was that it was the most comprehensive in the whole of the country. And the fact that we were able to produce such a comprehensive document so far ahead of the other districts and regions across the country needs to be part of the acknowledgement in this as well. What this report is doing is acknowledging the effort that has actually been made by this council through the development of this policy in 2012, and saying that at this point there's opportunities for us to actually build on and improve on that through a review and the development of a new policy. And just also to add to that, we would not be setting aside or discarding any of the work that's been done to date, but would be looking to use that to build and develop the new policy if that's the recommendation of the committee.
Thank you.
Sorry, through the chair, to answer your question, Councillor, Wanganui did do a bylaw, they did do it really quickly, and now they're reviewing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Darby.
Thank you. I'd like to get a sense of the different timeframes here to strengthen the bylaw, to strengthen the policy and then undertake a bylaw versus new policy and undertaking bylaw, and the cost difference there too. So strengthening versus new policy, what is the time difference? And how much does that add to the delay of the bylaw itself? I would imagine that the bylaw process comes in behind the reviewed policy.
So some of the answers to that question are on table 8 on page 25. It gives you the timeframes for each of the options. If you combine, for example, 2 of the options, we would have to look carefully at how much we could do in parallel to each other. I will note we've had a spate of resolutions for new work in the new council term and a whole bunch of existing work program that we are delivering as well. We will have to look at the full scope of all the new work that we've been getting and the existing work program, and actually go through and figure out what the priorities are for you with your consultation, and then get a better feel for actual timeframes. But we've given you general ones on page 25.
Now our numbers are different. My numbers are certainly different because I read it somewhere, but
Through the chair, it's the agenda report.
Yes.
in the report itself on the 25. Okay.
And it's table 8.
So one thing that the report did actually identify is that budgets to support the policy were taken away. Were they socialised? Well, they weren't made available. Is it more that a case? So we put the policy in place in 2013, and then it wasn't supported by budgets that would actually help implement the policy. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So that would have to, so for the policy to be effective, it needs to be supported by budget, and the opportunity for that is in only an LTP year or an annual plan year? It could be an annual plan year next, I gather.
Yes, you are correct. It could be an annual plan year.
Would the policy either strengthened or, reviewed entirely, be in a position for the next annual plan year? Would we be in that position to make confirmation or otherwise on budgets?
So depending on the option you pick today, you can in principle confirm that budget for consideration in the annual plan cycle. If we reprioritise this over other work and looked really, really carefully at how we consult with stakeholders and of course 21 local boards, then yes, we might also get the new thing. If it was option 1, we can definitely do. Option 2, we would have to really go hard, and we would have to do very different methods of getting engagement from both local boards and communities, like really different methods.
So we may not, with a new policy, it is likely we'd have to go hard, as you say, to reach a timeline that would allow us to make decisions in the annual budget year.
So the costs that you have in the report today give you a pretty good indication of the costs. So in today you could in principle go, to support whatever option you choose. We think that in the annual plan, next annual plan cycle, that this amount be considered
Okay.
with other amounts, because you'll be making trade-offs between a whole bunch of other things. So you just go a resolution for it to be considered.
Through the Chair, if I could add to that, and referring again to the Table 8, you'll see that the extra funding for signage, public awareness campaigns and events banners are actually included in all of the options. All of those would require some LTP amendments for that. So we could be pursuing budget through an annual plan request without necessarily having to develop a bylaw or a new policy first in order to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Crump.
Hi, can I just clarify that of the amalgamation as per the Chairman's recommendations of 2 and 3, how does that sit with paragraph 55 that says under policy, under option 2, quote, the policy would not include a bylaw component? Is that not contradictory?
So when you read option 2 as standalone, that is correct. However, when you put the options together, it would mean staff would go off to fulfil that resolution for both.
Okay, and furthermore, you mentioned earlier, Kat, that 1 and 2 could go together with 3. Gosh, this is going to be an interesting, confusing meeting. So what can... I guess the confusion here, right, as you can see, is that we've got a current policy that we say is working well but could do better, and yet you're advocating for option 2, which is start again. So, but you're saying that 1 and 2 can go together. Can you expand on that comment about 1 and 2 could go together with 3?
So 1 and 2 don't go together. 1 can go with 3, and 2 can go with 3.
Okay, so, and I'm foreshadowing 1 and 3 together. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wayne Walker.
Just got one question I'll get out of the way first, that isn't covered, and that's the environmental effect of smoking. The impact on fish, the impact on marine mammals, the marine environment. There's a lot of data autopsies of dolphins, fish, number of cigarette butts in fish and dolphins and whales and turtles is phenomenal.
Okay, the question then.
So my question is, I mean, given that this is a policy that impacts on that environment, are you collecting some data in that area?
So through the chair, one of the objectives of the original policy was to focus on reducing cigarette butt litter for the purposes of environmental issues. However, through the review, we found that we weren't able to accurately measure what kind of impact the policy was having in that space. And so part of the thinking about both option 1 and option 2 is refocusing on denormalising smoking, and then the latent or sort of related impacts of that would be to reduce smoking and therefore reduce cigarette butt litter as a kind of byproduct, because we were unable to focus on measuring it specifically.
Are you aware of organisations that do measure it? And can you collect data from those organisations? I can make some suggestions as to those
All right,
organisations.
let the officer answer the question, please.
Well, I'm just trying to evoke a response.
Through the chair, we are aware of organisations that do collect that information, but we weren't able to measure it in relation to the effect of the policy. So, yes, we can get data about how much cigarette butt litter is in a certain cleanup area at a certain point in time, but we weren't able to measure that across.
So my question is, sure, you may have some difficulty around measuring, but surely data collection is a base step that you take, and then further analysis of that might follow, and other organisations might be able to help with that. So I guess my question is around the adequacy of that response. The other question that I've got is, it's pretty clear that as far as stakeholders are concerned, a number of stakeholders, that option 3 around a bylaw appears to have significant merit. One of the reasons that you're not pursuing option 3 is because of the inability to issue infringements. But that's based around an assumption that that is not available. Obviously, that could change through the government. And surely if we had a bylaw and other councils had bylaws, then the government would almost certainly enable that. So is it not a chicken and egg situation, that if we want to lead something out, if we want to be proactive, if we want to minimise the massive health impact,
I think, Councillor Walker, the officer's got the gist of what you're saying. Let them answer.
Response.
Councillor.
So my question is...
No, Councillor, you've already asked the question. I think the officer can answer it now.
Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Chair.
No, thanks, Oak.
Can he repeat the question, Mr.
In terms of infringement fines, so the reality right now is we don't have them. The other reality is the Department of Internal Affairs has indicated its lack of trust in local government generally around bylaws and its deep concern around giving us infringement powers. However, they have also indicated to us our willingness to work together further on it, and we will have a number of staff joining working groups to try and get infringement powers. But at the moment, we have prosecution powers. So I suppose one of the concerns we have, particularly when we're thinking about normalisation and where smoking cessation is, you know, not working quite so well with Māori and Pacifica populations, we're really aware that Māori are already overrepresented in the justice system. So we're also aware that, you know, if you prosecute for smoking, then, you know, those are the highest numbers of those who are still smoking, so it is likely to be perhaps Māori or Pacifica communities. And so we're feeling cautious about that and about that impact. We're also a little bit cautious about if you don't enforce things like a bylaw, then basically it's just a policy anyway.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just
Righto,
have a-
thank you.
just have a question
No,
around
no,
that,
I think you've had a reasonable chance, Councillor Walker. I'm going to go to Councillor
Well,
Brewer now.
I don't
Thank
think
you.
so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to read it. My concern is what is actually being proposed in option 2 there is not actually what the officers are asking us to do, because they're saying, look, we're not discarding the policy, we're building on it, we're revising it. And when you look at it, it implies that the 2013 smoke-free policy has been a failure and that we're starting from scratch. That's what it implies. Yeah. And you look at our report and it shows that the policy framework and intent are generally effective and well supported, that there has been a reduction in the prevalence of smoking in Auckland since the policy was adopted, and that Auckland as a whole is on track to meet the 2025 goal, but there is some concern around Māori and Pacific Island groups in the Southern Initiative area, around performance measurement and around effective implementation. So I actually think option 2 should read something like this: revise the existing or amend the existing 2025 smoke-free policy, redeveloping new policy framework and intent with a more targeted demographic approach and a greater emphasis on a more effective implementation, or something of that nature, to show that we're building on from success. If you were a journalist or a member of the public reading that, you'd think, oh, well, that's failed, and they're now 24 months on rewriting it. It's succeeded to a certain extent. There needs to be some improvement, and it should be reflected in option 2. It's certainly not written that way.
Can we ask Mrs. Mackie for the...
He raises a good point that our perhaps one-line descriptor after option 2 is actually incorrect when you look at paragraphs 51 onwards, which actually describe what we're proposing, which mostly align to what Councillor Brewer and Councillor McDonald.
Councillor Brewer could come over here with
so apologies,
Mr. Kempton with those words. That would be very helpful and may be able to get this thing moved forward. So come over, Councillor Brewer.
You're going to accept this kind of almost an amendment from me.
Yes.
And we might vote for it. You might
We're
win
going to
this
pass
one,
one.
Cam.
Councillor Clove. Oh no, Councillor Penrose next.
If you add the
Councillor
rest as well
Penrose.
as the south, I'm happy.
It's like Barack Obama on the TPPA. It's going to happen eventually.
No, I think they're good suggestions, Councillor, which may help to move us forward.
Thank you, Mr.
Councillor
Chair. Thank you.
Penrose.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm pretty much where Councillor Brewer is, and for the reasons being, we've heard this morning. I just want to acknowledge the presenters here today coming forward, and the reason why I say that is because we hear about Wanganui implementing a bylaw, but what I haven't really heard or seen evidence of is how they've actually implemented that bylaw and how they've enforced that bylaw and what they've done. Because if I look across the DHBs across the Auckland region, and if I use Middlemore Hospital as a prime example, they've had smoke-free in their grounds for I don't know how long now. And I was just there the other day, and they're out there with their wheelchairs and their drips and their IVs.
Is this a question?
No, yeah, let's get to a question. And their lures in their arms.
Feet up.
And a fag hanging out of their mouth. And the garden's full of cigarette butts. And that's probably 3 or 4 years on since we have had a smoke-free grounds. And good luck to the people trying to enforce it. Mr. Chair, if we're to go down a road of a smoke-free, my question to you is, to the staff, is how easy will it be to implement and to enforce? And how will we enforce it?
I'll put that to the officers.
So you're talking about option 3, the potential bylaw? Yep. So as you know, we have prosecution available, which costs us approximately, I don't know, $3,000 to $5,000 each time we take a prosecution. Our experience at the moment in terms of ability to pay means often for these social issue-based bylaw issues, the ability to pay comes in. So we've taken a $3,000 to $4,000 or $5,000 prosecution, and either they're discharged without a fine, or they get a low fine of around $220. Is that correct, Grant? Around about. So that's what we would have at the moment, if until some point in the future government gave us infringement
So, Mr. Chair, my summing up is we're an
No,
unknown
no,
charted
you've asked the
waters.
question, you've got the answer, you don't have to sum up the answer, thank you.
I'm interested.
Councillor Clow.
Are we discussing B as well, or is that later?
Sorry, P? B, yeah, B.
Hopefully,
Yeah,
Councillor Brewer's got it in his amendment there.
well, we've got B there as well, carry on,
Smoke
answer the
free
question.
Targeted demographic.
Order, councillor.
I'm trying to help again.
No.
Is this Councillor Crumb's amendment?
No,
No.
it's
So why-
It's
I-
Member
I-
McDonald.
Okay, I do have to question why we put a geographic region in there. You know, I mean,
Go to
obviously
Henderson,
Murray and
Glen
Pacifica, I mean, if
The office has actually mentioned that, the Southern Initiative, so you can just...
well, you know, I mean, what about the Western Initiative? What, you know, I mean,
Glen
the
Eden.
issues across,
Oh, okay.
across
let
the
them
city,
answer-
so
Let them
why-
answer the question.
So through the
Council-
chair, the Southern Initiative is one of the specific targets in relation to smoke-free goals in the Auckland plan, so that's why there's a specific focus on that.
East Auckland.
Thank
What
you.
about those?
Mr. Chair, can I just get clarification on what I've foreshadowed? I've just talked with you and Dean about how this is now beginning to feel very similar to what I've foreshadowed, but
Yes.
we're about to get very confusing here.
Yeah.
So can we, perhaps it might be a good idea to show on the screen what I've foreshadowed, or do we just keep amending this? I might like, if we're going to amend this to what is already very similar to what I've foreshadowed, then I'd like the opportunity to add another amendment tweak.
Okay, well, if that's the case, I've got no problem with that. If we can move it forward, because sorry, Mr. Kimpton can talk.
So maybe it's just worth me reading out what Councillor Brewer's proposed with a small tweak from me, Councillor Brewer. And then we can make that decision. So we would replace the detailed wording under option 2, develop a new, we'll have to look at that wording too, won't we? But the detailed wording would read, revise the existing 2025 smoke-free policy, redeveloping our existing policy framework in intent with a more targeted demographic approach and a greater emphasis on more effective implementation. So that's the wording proposed. We'll get the bold title modified to reflect that. Just haven't had time to think that through. So that's what the proposed wording is.
For the sake of clarity, may I suggest that we don't put in option 2? It's just getting confusing.
So
If
we
we're going to
could-
talk about strengthening what we've already got, then essentially that is option 1, and that's what I've foreshadowed. But if we're going to amend 2 to say the same thing, then take out 2.
So we
Just-
could...
Just give us a title.
We could, for the
Take out
purposes of this
options
resolution,
altogether.
remove references to option 2 and option 3, because these are just resolution actions,
That's
aren't they?
good.
Correct.
Just do that.
Correct. And
Would you be
then-
okay with that, Kat? So we could remove references to options, then the wording is the critical thing, not the option.
That's
Right.
And the first one could be effectively pick up on strengthen the existing policy and its implementation. We put the wording that Councillor Brewer's proposed.
Targeted demographic.
Roman numerals 2 would be progress the investigation of a smoke-free bylaw. We could leave the wording as it is. And then you've got a new B that's been proposed, and subject to any agreement or modification on that, you would agree that as part of that development, it would target those communities most in need.
And I also
Take
have
out
a new
Southern.
C.
You can take out Southern
And
Initiative.
you can take out Southern
and
because
Initiative
then it's not geographically...
Yep, I'll be happy with
And
that.
I have wording for a new C
Residents.
around council contracts.
Okay.
So I'll draft that and bring it to you.
Yeah, okay. So we got Councillor Lee now.
Yeah, I agree with the way forward as proposed by Councillor Brewer. I just think, I mean, this is a very important matter, but there are district health boards and the Auckland Regional District Health Board and bodies like that. So I think we have to be careful of the appearance of endless planning and policy making over and over again. Our policy is pretty new, and if it's not working, then we need to amend it, and that's normal. But starting all over again, and then starting bylaws and everything else, it's a huge bureaucratic effort. And I just think we have to avoid the effort of the appearance of endless policy making, and B, being careful not to be moving into the responsibility of other agencies, particularly health boards. We've got enough on our plate as it is.
Okay. Chris? Answer that. Chris? I had you down here. You speaking?
Sorry?
Oh, no, I'm fine. I'm
No?
happy with those
Linda?
amendments.
I'm not quite sure if we're debating or questioning at this point. Questions.
Questions.
No, I'm fine.
You right now?
I'll reserve my right to speak in the actual debate. Thank you.
Question. Chris Fletcher.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Notwithstanding the referencing in the report to the adoption of the policy and the need for a review in 2016, I just wonder whether Mr. Kimpton, as the authoriser of this report, can give me a little backgrounder. We've heard about issues around prioritisation, and whilst I have welcomed Council's policy on this since 2013, it concerns me that this has not gone to a committee beforehand. It's come here and it's become a little untidy. I understand that the wording can probably bring Council together and find a consensus on this, but I'd really like, it would be instructive for me to know the procedure that you authorise in order that you can bring matters of such significance. Given the amount of time I have regularly funded the Cancer Society, having all their staff here today, that there is a huge amount of work being done right across the community. I really want to know, is this the best way to advance policy?
I'd like to refer the question, and thank you, Councillor Fletcher, to Kat Markey, who's been leading this piece of work and has the background that you've asked for.
So this committee brought the review of this policy document forward. There was a resolution that we undertake the review. This committee's the delegated committee to make the decisions on that, and that's why this has come to you, as requested.
Thank you.
Councillor Casey.
Well, it's just a related matter that did come up earlier, but given that we do have a share or shares in a tobacco company, can Mr. Kimpton please tell us how that's going to be dealt with in terms of us developing this progressive world-first smoke-free policy, and we've got tobacco company shares? What are we doing about that?
Going to have an
We've already
update
talked about
at
that.
next
So-
Sorry, it was through the chair to Mr. Kimpton. It did come up earlier.
I was just telling Mr. Kimpton, if he doesn't know, we're getting a verbal update at Finance and Performance on Tuesday. Monday?
That's correct. The Chief Financial Officer will provide an update on that policy and that particular issue at Finance Performance next week.
So are you confirming that we do have shares in a tobacco company? Because I've only heard it from Radio New Zealand.
So I'm confirming you'll get a complete update at next week's committee. I've not had a look at the shareholding that we have as an organisation personally, and there may be others that have here. But in any case, the important point is that next week at Finance Performance, that issue will be addressed.
So under this discussion today, which is indeed smoke-free, we should make reference to it in a D, saying that we would wish to divest ourselves of any shares in a tobacco company.
No.
We're selling it down anyway.
Mr. Chair, there is a motion that...
Getting rid of it.
There has been a suggestion that we, well, Councillor Darby can talk
with the chair.
Could I just have a response to that question?
Well, Councillor Darby has I haven't seen it. It's obviously further. Oh, we can't see it here.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, relevance to the actual recommendations.
Totally relevant.
Because this is actually about looking at the smoke-free policy or doing a bylaw. It's not about what we're doing in our,
Reducing
in our finance
harm
and
from
performance brief.
reducing
I
harm
think,
from tobacco.
Yeah.
Look, I've just seen this for the
Stronger,
first
Mr.
time because it was sitting down further on the screen. I'm going to rule that is a matter that's coming up at
I'll second it.
at the relevant committee.
Yes.
At the relevant committee in the next couple of weeks. Next week. So that is the appropriate time to do that to deal with that when we have the relevant and appropriate information. I'm not aware of that at the moment. So let's deal with that next week. Thank you.
So just, Mr. Chair, and that's what it says. It's not like putting our heads in the sand that it doesn't exist, and it's just expressing concern and noting the matter will be addressed by the CFO, and this is confirmed in an email, which I actually did copy.
Well, I'm not going to accept it. That's the...
Under what standing order, Mr. Chairman? Under what standing order?
Well, I think it's the relevant committee. It's going to the relevant committee, which is going to happen next week. Thank you. So...
Which standing order was that?
We've now... It's the chairman ruling.
Which standing order are you using?
I think it's in the standing orders that the chairman has the final decision as to how the business of the committee will be managed.
Stephen Town has confirmed that he will be.
It's not in there.
Yeah, well, that the committee secretary has pointed out that amendments are to be relevant to the issue, and I don't think
totally relevant.
This is not.
It's not relevant.
It doesn't pertain directly to this. It's going to be dealt with.
Totally relevant. Totally does.
Order. Moving on. So I'm going to move. We've now got the revised motion here. It's been moved and seconded. It's obviously sorry.
If we're happy to confirm with the staff.
If the staff are happy with the general tenor of this motion.
We've got it. It's part of the investigation.
Sorry, are you clarifying that you are doing both a review of the policy and investigating a bylaw?
Developing our existing policy framework and intent with a more targeted demographic approach, greater emphasis on more effective implementation and progression of the investigation of a smoke-free bylaw, commence the statutory process for investigating a draft smoke-free bylaw to implement the council's new smoke-free policy. So it's going to be done in tandem, so that obviously the direction there is that we don't lose any time and things are happening in tandem.
Mr. Chair, should we in A1 take out redeveloping and just put in strengthening?
Yes.
I mean, otherwise would you interpret that as starting again? So we need to strengthen our existing policy framework, not redevelop it?
You're happy with that.
Can I just ask the officers what their views are on that, going from redeveloping to just using the word strengthening? What's your view on that? You happy with that? Yeah. Okay, we'll change that.
And so am I, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Brewer. So, look, I just want to say that I was involved as the chairman of the Community Safety Forum. We had forums back in the last term of council with work on a smoke-free policy and bylaw, but it was former councillor Sandra Coney, who was the chairman of the Parks Committee, seemed to have a different view, and I think she won out in the end of the day. It was a non-statutory process. There was no bylaw associated with it. That was what the council wanted at that stage. I thought it was a toothless tiger kind of approach to dealing with the smoking issues, but people around the table at that time agreed with Sandra Coney, and that prevailed. And we've now moved forward, 3 years, 4 years, and I think it's now thought that we can get better outcomes if we do now strengthen the policy and also work towards the implementation of a bylaw. Because I think that the non-statutory approach is very important, and also I think that the bylaw approach can be looked at, but as we've said here today and we've heard today, it's enforcement of the bylaw if we implement it, and also the cost of the signage, because with the alcohol-free areas with that signage, I think if we did that to the full extent that other councils have done across New Zealand with signage, with maps on, and other information, I think it was going to be about $6 million, whereas we had to, because of the size of Auckland, the size of the council, the restrictions on our budgets, we had to truncate down the approach and the signs. I think we have generic signs, we've got generic times. We don't have different.
We'll have different ones with the local boards.
And so I think, you know, and the local boards had quite a bit of input. So I think that we've obviously, with this approach that we're now talking about here, it has to be coordinated, it has to be across the council, ensuring that the local boards come on board especially. So I think this is a good way forward. It really probably is the direction that I was hoping we would go in 2011, 2012, and I think that we've probably lost a little bit of time, but it's something which I ask councillors to support. Thank you. Councillor Darby.
Thank you, Chair. Are you incorporating the B and the C? If not, I'm happy to second, but I guess...
We've incorporated the B and the C.
You've incorporated the B and the C?
Yeah.
Thank you. So, look, I support that direction, and thanks for your work on this, Mr. Chair. I look at the death rate as just phenomenal, and this is something that we just cannot shy away from. And if you just break out the Auckland numbers, it's at least 1,600 premature deaths from smoking just in Auckland. And that's a scathing statistic, you know. That's something that you really need to be on top of. You need to be discussing. You need to be taking action. But then you look at the cost that is imposed through the healthcare system in the billions or billion plus. That has massive societal impact as well, and it hits, you know, every family budget through the need to assign such enormous budgets in response. And yes, we're doing pretty well, but we're still not going to hit that 2025 target. So I would say let's keep our 2025 target and make sure we do hit it, and we hit it in all the demographic categories. Not just the societal cost, but the family cost is phenomenal as well. You know, I think Councillor Cooper, you were alluding to just how much could be back into family budgets if parts of the family weren't having to expend on not just the cost of smokes, but actually the cost of their private health care to address the health impacts, the personal health impacts. I'm intrigued to look at sort of the analysis of the cons of the bylaw, but and thank you to the team. But they could be applied to any bylaw that we might put in place, you know. So they're not actually specific to this bylaw. They would be applied, you know, we could be rejected by legal experts. We could be, we could attract major legal scrutiny. That goes for any regulation that we could be putting in place. So I think we need to be big enough to look past all those sort of cons and implement this. It's critical that we just continue down the track of denormalising at an accelerated rate smoking. It's just not cool to smoke. Until recently, it was pretty cool. But we need to make it faster uncool. And this review, the strengthening and the bylaw does that. And it also complements the non-regulatory approaches, and it underpins the government's direction and commitment as well. And there's a lot of partners we're lined up with here, and we've had a lot of them here at our public table today, and I acknowledge them all. But we have one big partner, and it's 1.6 million Aucklanders who want us to do this. And all the surveys say they want us to move in this direction faster, and that's the public of Auckland. So I commend us all for taking these steps today.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper. Just councillors, there's just a small word. Louis just been and spoke to the staff in relation to where the 2025 goes in, and he's strengthening our existing policy and framework and intent to 2025. So that's you happy with that? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the report. I mean, my comment is, if we stripped out the money to actually implement, how did we, you know, why do we need to rewrite it if we never let it fulfil its potential in the first place? I think there's some other things we can put in there now, a new context, but you know, it's no good us writing policies if we're never going to implement them as well. So, I mean, that's a caution for us. The other issue I'm very concerned about is once we start getting this all around the place and then the local boards have their say, etc., I don't want it ending up like the dog bylaws, where we have different times and different places and so many different rules that nobody knows what's happening, and the cost of the signage is so horrific that then we have to pull it again, just like the dog bylaws. So this is the issue. We're making a regional policy. I'm really happy for input all over the region, the local boards, but we can't let it be then taken away again for different signs in every different place and a different set of rules in 21 local areas. It isn't workable, and the public gets so confused, you know, and then that's where we hear people's anger of spending a lot of money that we don't need to spend as well. You know, people need to have consistency to understand things, and if we haven't learnt by the dog bylaws, you know, and how we've managed that in a local context, well, we're not listening. So that is a concern for me. If we start doing that, there should be nothing to do with hours. You just don't smoke there. If we decide it, there doesn't need to be no inconsistency. The other thing, and I did bring it up, the whole issue around, you know, this is wider than just health. We're talking about people affording rents. The same people, Pacifica and Māori, who are struggling with rents on low incomes are often, and I'm not saying everybody, but I'm going to be brave and say this because I've worked in the health sector. I've worked with people that can't afford food for their kids, and then they're saying, and they're smoking 2 packets of cigarettes a day. And when they've stopped, they've said to me, my God, I can actually afford food for my kids. So this is a huge issue, and rents and things like that. So this is quite multifaceted. It is so important that we help encourage people to stop smoking, and if we can do our part, that's really good. But one thing I must say, and I've brought it up over and over again in different committees, is that if we can't do it on our own patch, we can't tell other people. Consistently, every person that comes into our back door in our car park goes past our neighbours in Federal Street, the people that work in Federal Street, popping into the entrance to our car park and sitting on the little ledge there with their coffee and their smokes, and they smoke. And we all go past it every day, and it's our building, and we're not even got a little sign that says no smoking. So if we're going to do this, we've got to walk the talk. And I know that's a tiny thing, but it's just an indication. You know, so for me, it's about health. It's about amenity for people, you know, that we can sit and have a nice meal or be at a beach or whatever and actually enjoy it without having to run the gauntlet of inhaling other people's smoke. So, and children having to do that. So I support this. I do question the need for a bylaw because how are we going to enforce it? But I do specifically support the fact that we don't have to rewrite the whole policy. We need to build on the good work done, and we actually need to put our money where our mouth is and put that money in the LTP to implement it. Otherwise, we're wasting this money in doing this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Crum.
Can I just quickly clarify before I speak on a point that Councillor Cooper's raised? So in option 1, it had the wording develop a new resourcing model. Is that now excluded in what we've got here, or is that the general intent is there?
Through the Chair, as I noted earlier, all 4 of the options that are presented in the report had that implementation budget included within it.
Great, thank you. I think we should start with the positive, and the positive is that we do have the most comprehensive smoke-free policy in the country, and that the team, the staff team, have done a fantastic work in confirming that our current framework, our intent, is effective and can be supported. So what we've done well, and I think that we need to keep an eye on that as we go through what is obviously some significant and some well thought out and well needed tweaks and changes. part of the primary issues, right, that you've identified is insufficient resources and lack of support for local boards. So just on that local board note, my understanding is that it's really important that we include that C because of the need, and something else that Councillor Cooper's raised, that regional consistency. We do need local boards to know quickly and easily what they can and can't include, what they can ask for and keep track of in terms of smoke-free requirements when they've got events and contracting going on in their areas. So I think that C is incredibly, well, I hope it will be incredibly helpful and important for us as a region and answer some of the concerns that local boards have been raising consistently. The non-regulatory approach, which we've had encouraging behaviour, it does work, but only to a certain extent, right? It's about human behaviour, and having a deterrent really does help. It's why the price of smokes has gone up so monumentally. So for those, along those lines, it's why I supported the introduction of a bylaw. I think we need to send a very clear signal, simple as that. Community norms have changed. You've raised that point, Councillor Darby, and we need to get with the times, basically. If community norms have changed and smoking's become uncool and we know the health risks, then what are we doing about it? And so this is a really good and significant step forward. I think there's a number of us around the room that would like things to change tomorrow. We could whack in a bylaw tomorrow, but that's not going to happen. We need to do it the right way, and the wording here takes people on a journey. The number one goal, as far as I'm concerned, is clarity for the public. They need to know where we stand as a council, what is in, what is out in terms of where they can smoke, and that's what we will eventually get to. And so I look forward to this particular motion passing, and thank you for everyone's work on it.
Councillor Casey.
I wanted to talk about C. I mean, today's great, but C is even greater. But you've just snuck some words in there, George.
Yeah.
Can you explain that?
Well,
I've got
the
something else to
officers
say,
have
but-
indicated that we don't have any jurisdiction in relation to non-public areas.
Okay.
No, so people obviously, if events are being held and they're not open to the public, well, we can't grant this.
No, that's
from
fine. I
Mr.
just
Barnes.
couldn't read what you'd snuck in.
Yeah.
Just on C, I'd like a secretarial note that this go to the CCO governance and monitoring team as per our meeting yesterday. There's resolutions made at committees that don't seem to filter through to the appropriate body. And we've just signed off the SOIs for all our 6 CCOs, but I would like to think that council means everybody in council, including the 6 council-controlled organisations. Can we just confirm that? That's what we mean?
We'll put a note in that we provided to the CCO monitoring and
Fantastic. Great work. Thank you.
And Councillor Clow, I think you're the last on a speaking order.
Got a question, George. I have a question.
It's partly a question, but there's not a lot of emphasis on education about the issue, and whilst it is the Ministry of Health, probably has that mandate more than anything, but we're not really doing a lot on education. And I just want to know also, the way the world's going is tobacco's on the way out and marijuana's on the way in. They both smoke, they both create smoke. How are we able to educate on both things as a smoke? Because we're referring to cigarettes in here, and I think we are the highest consumers in the world after Jamaica of marijuana, and yeah. So I just want comments on that.
So I'd note, Councillor, that this is a piece of policy about illegal activity, so cigarette smoking is a legal activity and marijuana smoking is illegal. So we don't have a policy about activities that
So
are
if it
illegal.
moves to legality, then this would apply for that as well then, because that's what's happening obviously in the States. I think it's about 10 states out of 50 now, so.
Okay.
And a whole lot of countries.
We would have to revisit that if and when marijuana might become legalised.
Councillor Brewer.
Well, Mr. Chair, I just want some comfort around C, because I see that the local boards in the report have suggested that the council should incorporate smoke-free clauses into lease agreements as a condition of funding grants. But this seems to take it a whole lot further, and I just wonder whether it's potentially going to spill out anyway when we do the revision and investigation work. To me, it looks like it's akin to implementing a living wage policy before doing a remuneration policy. And so I certainly want to see what comes out of it, because some cost-benefit analysis, because when we start putting those requirements on contractors, even if it is in the public domain, i.e. The man or woman who mows the council berms, their HR policy may have to change so they can no longer stand on that council berm or footpath and have a cigarette after they've done the job. And so there could be a cost to contractors to revising their expectations with their employees and their HR policies, which will come back to council as an additional cost of contract. And so jumping in and doing a blanket ban across all our contracts, leases, licences, events and grants might be an outcome of our revision and investigation, but pushing that now before that broader work is done, I think is premature.
Okay, I think around the table I detect that there's support for that, but we could take that separately, okay, when it comes to the vote. Thank you. Councillor Quacks.
Yeah, just a question. Before we go charging off into issues of implementing new bylaws and so forth, and I didn't ask this question, I probably should have asked it before, around Wanganui. What has been the evidence to show that the bylaw in Wanganui has been more successful than our existing smoke-free policy? Is there any evidence of that?
Through the chair. So the Wanganui bylaw went into effect a few years ago, and just recently in April they had a review of the bylaw because it hadn't been enforced for that time period since it was first introduced.
Excuse me, I didn't hear that.
So the Wanganui bylaw, it has been in place, but it hasn't been enforced for the years that it's been in place, and it was recently just reviewed in April 2016 because of the legal advice that they got internally that it might be invalid.
So we could start this work and then find out that we're doing something that may also be legally invalid.
No, we go through a very...
But George, do you mind? I'm asking the staff here.
Pass through me, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Well,
I'll ask the staff.
Can we make that number two?
In answer to that's why it says investigate. So we have to be careful when we're adding additional regulation to an activity that's legal in New Zealand. We have to be careful about, depending on how the scope of the bylaw, what it covers, that it's not discriminatory. So that's why it says investigation of a smoke-free bylaw.
And I wonder if we shouldn't wait for Wanganui perhaps to do that work so that we could take some kind of lead from the work that they're doing, perhaps just leave it for a little while before we rush into this, especially when it appears that our voluntary stuff or policies that we're already pursuing do appear to be working, although it appears to me that we need better communication, because it seems that in 2014 people were well aware, or more aware than they are now, of the smoke-free policy in those areas that were smoke-free.
Is still a question, Mr. Chairman, or is it a speech? I've lost track.
Well, it's kind of speaking. I think we're speaking to the motion.
All right, so it's a speech.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I always appreciate Councillor Casey's.
Come on, just carry on. We're going to be here all day.
Yeah, well, if I didn't get interrupted.
It's a speech. He's got 3.5 more minutes, Mr. Chair.
Really should be
Councillor, are you finished, Councillor Quack?
So there is some work being done on getting better communication again, given the fact that 2014 the understanding or the was better than it is now.
of our smoke-free policy?
Through the Chair, there's been quite a lot of discussion already this morning around the need for greater resourcing in order to enable that communication to be improved. And I think that the response to your question is covered in those previous discussions.
Yeah.
Just a question of clarification, Mr. Chair?
No,
Just-
no,
oh,
I've got an order. Speaking
Okay,
of
it was just a question of
Councillor Walker.
Environmental
Yes,
committee on was going to
I've
limit
got
it
a-
in its scope, but
I've got a question around C, and in particular this stipulation.
Sorry.
I've got a question around C.
Yeah.
And in particular around the stipulation as it goes to public places. Now, I would have thought that there were many instances where the council could be funding something. It might be occurring at a location that's not owned by council, but effectively it's a council event. So I would have thought that the bylaw would still apply. So it does concern me that we would limit ourselves by just the public domain.
No.
I don't think that's, I think the wording is suspect.
Well, if it's not a council event, it's not a
All
council
right,
event.
sorry.
It doesn't say that.
Mr. Kimpton wants to speak
qualifier
and talk about it then. Mr. Kimpton will talk about it.
Mr. Kimpton.
Mr. Kimpton.
Not Mrs.
We're gender diverse.
Listening into the conversation, I would like to recommend, if you can just show A1, if it's okay. I'd like to recommend that as we review the existing smoke-free policy, we also include in that an investigation of how we deal with this issue around council contracts, leases, licence and events. I think the issue that you might find yourself unwittingly going into is you're developing a policy framework, developing a bylaw framework, and then you're stipulating now before you understand the legal impacts.
Exactly.
So I think
Very good.
my objective is not to water down your intent. My intention is to make sure that we have something that will stand up and take the test of time. So I would recommend we pull C, we modify it slightly.
Yes.
It will be an outcome of reviewing existing policy and its effectiveness and implementation. And under those conditions, you probably don't need to include where they occur in the public domain, because your ability to address that issue will be a result of the investigation that we undertake.
Absolutely.
So, well, okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask Councillor Crum, whose motion it was or amendment it was?
Yeah,
what she-
no, I'm happy with that, insofar as
Take C
we're
out.
covering our bases so that we don't have to fix up something later. Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Kimpton will get that sorted out. Councillor Walker, you had your question answered?
Yep.
Okay, one on. Councillor Penrose.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Without relitigating what I said earlier on in my statement, but I won't be supporting anything that's regulated because, in the regulatory framework, because we're unknown territory, unknown charted waters. And, you know, I think if I go back to when the government wanted us to ban open fires, 84,000 wood burners pre-2005, and open fires, 17,000 of them, you know, and we went down a path of education, tantalised timber, wetwood, and high sulphur coal, you know, the message is getting out there. But when it comes to, I said in my earlier piece about Wanganui, you know, so yes, and you've heard the review, but nothing about how it's implemented. And I look at private land, and I look at council land, and I look at the DHBs. You tell me how Middlemore Hospital's doing it, because it's not doing it, and it's been there for years. So, you know, I go back to the fact is that I have real concerns about, you know, people sitting around this table, sitting on tickets that say fiscal prudency, how we spend our money on Auckland Council. When it comes to the regulatory, it's going to cost dollars. So, people around this table, wake up.
Okay, thank you.
Can we put
Now-
1 and 2 separately?
Yeah.
when
Now,
you put
Councillor
them?
Cuba, do you have a
Thank you.
question or?
Oh, well, the clarification was around the statutory, if we're investigating, commencing a statutory process in that A2, isn't that rather costly and getting ahead of ourselves when we're investigating?
Okay, so...
It seems to be contradictory. We're saying investigating on one hand, but then we're going commence the statutory process. So I'm not going to vote for that, so I'd like you to put 1 and 2 separately, please.
Okay, well, I'd just like
let's
to...
do that.
I'd just like to have my right of reply. Stop anyone else speaking.
It'll be past your birthday at this rate.
Well, thank you, Councillor. And I do think that despite the reservations in relation to the cost and where the funding is going to come from, I don't think it's a bad thing to start the process in relation to the bylaw in tandem with the policy review, because if we don't, it'll be forever. And we haven't got a bylaw at the moment. I think that a bylaw, you know, it could be in the future that the government gives councils the right to issue infringement notices. That'll make it a much more simplistic process. So, councillors, I'd ask you to support both of those. I think this has been a good debate. It's been there's been a lot of changes and a lot of information come to the table. So I'd ask you all to support it. We'll now put the
division on A2, thanks.
Division on A2. Yep. Okay, so I'll put...
Can you just finalise the form? Just stop. Mr Chairman, can I just ask you to stop?
Yeah.
There's quite a bit of work going on up there. Why don't we just wait for them to finish that so that everyone fully understands what they're voting on?
No, we'll do A1 first. A1 first. Okay, well, I'm going to put... can you bring A1 up on the screen, please, Eno? Okay, we'll now put A1. I think that should be right with that. So I'll put that motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. Thank you. So now it's been asked for a division on A2, so we'll have a division on that. And I'll ask the Secretary to do that for us. Thank you.
Your Worship, the Mayor.
Aye.
Councillor Anai.
Aye.
Councillor Brewer.
No.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Councillor Cashmore.
No.
Councillor Clow.
Yes.
Councillor Cooper.
No.
Councillor Darby.
4.
Councillor Fletcher.
4.
Councillor Crum.
4.
Councillor Lee.
No.
Member McDonald.
4.
Councillor Penrose.
No.
Councillor Quacks.
No.
Councillor Stewart.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson.
Yes.
Councillor Webster.
Yes.
Chair Wood.
Yes.
Carried 12-7.
So that's carried 12-7. Clear that. Carried. And then we go to number 3. No, to B.
She voted for it.
We only have
She's
B
gonna
now,
spend more
so
than
I'll
3%.
put that by voices. Those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. And we have the note there that the C be provided to the CCO governance and monitoring staff team.
We've taken C away, so.
Took C away.
Okay, so thank you, councillors.
We took C away, didn't we?
Yes, we've incorporated C into the into.
So we can't have that
1A.
note then.
Mr Chairman, sorry, I mean, could I just request, I mean, that was a very long debate. I do think that sometimes one option that we can then change is better than trying to work through 4.
Okay, thank you. We now move to item 11. Councillor Fletcher, you're going to move this?
Yes, Mr Chairman, and in so doing,
5-minute break.
could I say that this work has been extensively considered by the Parks Committee. Aucklanders do treasure their open space, and with greater density, public space is even more important. Where we're at the moment is looking at the provision, but mindful of budget limitations and therefore prioritisations. So when we're thinking about parks, from pocket parks, neighbourhood parks, suburban parks, destination parks, civic spaces, etc., including connections like walkways and cycleways, we need to think about this for the future. So the funding options that are before you have been well considered. If you look at page 107 on the attachments, this is comprehensively documented there. I'm aware that officers are here to answer any questions that you might have on specifics, but I urge you to adopt these recommendations.
Thank you. I think it's been through the Parks Committee.
I know, but we're not all on the Parks
extensively.
Committee.
Councillor Penrose seconded it.
Yeah, second.
Is there any discussion? No. Or Councillor Clow?
Yes, I've got a question.
Oh, Councillor Clow's
second.
already seconded. Yes, Councillor.
I've just got a question, and that is how the present provision of open space under the contributions regime for, you know, a property in Auckland compares with the old regime, that is the 7.5%. So what are we looking at right now in percentage terms? Rob, is it around 1% or what, as compared to previously?
So if you're referring to the development contribution charge, councillors will be aware we currently have a flat rate development contribution charge for open space acquisition. There's 3 sub areas, and from memory that ranges from about 5,500 or thereabouts per unit for open space acquisition. Previous councils had various ways of doing that. Some had a percentage rate. So I think what Councillor Walker is suggesting, if you applied the legacy percentage rates to current land values, that would often be in excess of our current DC charge.
I know it's in excess, Rob, but what's the difference? I mean, if we're looking at, say, 7,000 on a 700,000 property, that's 1%. And I'm just trying to get where we're at now compared to where we used to be at, which was 7.5%. So is it about 1% that we're getting now?
So the difference, it depends entirely on what the land value is. So where you're buying very expensive land, 1% may be in the ballpark. In other areas where we're buying land that isn't that very expensive, we're at a higher level of percentage. It's very variable across the land we acquire.
But in the main, in many areas, we're buying land at the expensive rate, in locations such as Hobsonville, elsewhere. So would we be looking at about 1% there, or less?
Without having done the calculations, I couldn't tell you what actual percentage it would be, but it's a relatively small percentage.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just put to you that it would be very useful for this council to inform itself.
Councillor Walker, does this relate to the policy?
Yes, it does.
Well, okay. Have you spoken to the officers before this meeting about this issue?
Yes, I have.
Well, and so you've got the answers?
No, I'm bringing this as a matter of some significance to your attention, Mr. Chair,
Well,
because
you're asking
we should be better informed as to the dire state of our reserve contributions in terms of provisioning space for people to enjoy.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Yes, I have to strongly disagree with one of the assumptions woven through this report, and that is that people would prefer better quality open space than more of it. In other words, let's not acquire more open space despite the population increasing. That goes against all past practice, and when you think about it, it's not especially logical. If open space is part of the quality of life infrastructure and amenity of an urban area in a city like Auckland, convincing ourselves that, oh, well, we don't need to, we prefer to change what's been left to us rather than acquire more that relates to population growth, I think is a false assumption. But it relates, of course, leads on to broader questions about population growth and provision of infrastructure and the carrying capacity of the infrastructure, physical and open space infrastructure that we have. So I disagree with that point. And I think if we were to project from that, I think we could get ourselves into a lot of trouble. In terms of quality rather than quantity, I think the public view when it comes to parks or the council, I think they prefer the council to have more quality rather than more quantity rather than parks, but we'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Casey.
Well, just to see if the word dog has been inserted anywhere in this open space provision policy, reflecting the 106,000 dogs of Auckland, most of whom use our parks of all sizes, day and daily, or is it still missing?
This is the same policy as was received by Parks and
So there's
Recreation,
been no
so there has
changes
been no
made.
change to
Thank
that.
you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Walker.
Is it appropriate now to speak rather than ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Yes, it's on the floor. You can speak.
Sure. I think my concern in principle is that we're increasingly entering dangerous territory in this council where effectively budget considerations drive policy. And what I see here is a circumstance where budget, that is the inadequacy of money to fund reserves, and that is money that is woefully inadequate because of the dire state of our contributions policy, is effectively boxing us into areas of policy that we really should not be going. And that follows on from the comments that Mr. Lee made, Mike Lee, which are apt. So this is a dire state, Mr. Chair, and I go back to the concern that I raised earlier, that we must revisit the contributions policy, because going forward, the Auckland that we are going to see is going to be nothing like the Auckland that we have been used to in terms of reserve areas for people to play, enjoy, recreate, for nature, for passive space.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, just because I'm not on the Parks Committee, I'm just questioning the reduction to 400 metres walkable area. I mean, in our last council in Waitaka, we increased that because it was just not affordable. It's just not affordable to be able to buy that many parks. But my other question is, or I suppose it's my thoughts around it, is does this apply to brownfields areas? Because there's an awful lot of development in brownfields areas as well. Is that going to be required as well in small-scale development? Are we going to have to retrofit existing developed places where there's small pockets of development, or is this just for greenfields? Because that's another issue that if you try to address that, it's never possible. We're setting up an expectation that can't happen.
Just he's trying to answer.
So of the two questions, the first is the reduction in the walking area. That came out through the testing and the feedback and the consultation, and that really reflects the increasing density that we are anticipating. So where you have, so we believe the greater walking distance, the 600 is appropriate for the traditional single house level of density. But where you're starting to get into the medium density and the backyards are disappearing and people don't have that access to open space, that an easier walking distance delivers both more accessible open space but also more open space for that greater number of people that are in those higher density areas. So that's the rationale behind the 400. In terms of fitting it back into brownfield, the policy is predicated on in the existing urban area where there is development and where there is a need and opportunity to acquire open space to meet these targets, we will take that opportunity. We need to recognise that that's not always very easy in the existing urban area, and often there isn't an opportunity to do it. So it's a balance of trying to meet these targets in brownfield areas and our ability to do so.
Just another question. I mean, I'm quite concerned about lots of little pocket parks, because we know in the past we've got a lot of little pocket parks which are underutilised on poor sites, and if we're going to do it at no cost to us, is there going to be a quality control about what developers are saying, which bit you can have? Because we know that didn't work in the past. We had terrible bits of land that were either boggy in the winter, steep, you couldn't do anything with them, and then you have also an expectation from the community that then the council builds something on it rather than just being a piece of open space. So how is that going to be managed?
So the policy has some high-level criteria around Pockets Park. So we're suggesting that we would look to accept those at no cost in higher density zones only, and some criteria around where they're located relative to other open spaces and relative to each other. And there's certainly always at council's discretion. So we would be saying no to the sort of low-quality open space that you are highlighting there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, Councillor Clow, Chris.
I just want to agree with Councillor Walker on the development contributions, but I disagree with his point about budget provisions, because I notice he's signed up to some group that's going to have their rates at 2% and slash the budgets and everything like that.
I think that was Watson.
How can you, it seems a contradiction to me.
Okay, well, I think that's
out of order, Mr. Chair, trying to bring the election campaign out of order.
Okay, with that, people, I'll
Less on buildings,
order,
less on ourselves and more for the
order. I'll put the motion.
Quick, put the motion, Mr. Chair. Hurry up.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
No, just sit down.
No.
Sit down.
No, it's Watson that
Can we, I'll put the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried.
Excellent.
You didn't want to speak, did you? No.
Outstanding.
Okay. We now move to
Excuse me,
item-
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I'm going to contact my union if we don't get a break soon. We've been here since 9:30. We haven't had a break.
Past 12. It's not too long. We'll just go through this next one, which is the alcohol.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Order.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I would like a retraction. Something was said about me that's not true.
Oh, we're going to have
And
to
I would
wind back a
suggest
lot of
that if
tapes.
Mr. Clow goes to the appropriate website or the like, he will find that is the case.
Okay, well, I think that's not a matter for
Mr.
this
Clow of the foe. Come
Thank
on,
you.
Wayne,
Thank
get
you,
with
Mayor.
it.
Can we,
Sorry, I just have to declare an interest on 11 and 13 as well. Thank you.
okay,
Well,
so
you're leaving.
is Councillor Casey
right
now,
time.
she's gone off to... Okay, we'll go to 11. 11. And we have the, bring up the motion,
Excellently chaired, Mr. Chairman.
can we bring up the, what we've got there? We're just bringing up the motion. So this went to the Community Development and Safety Committee yesterday, and they've got some recommendations here which we've accepted. We've put them into the motion. So unless anyone's got anything to say on this, I'm going to move it, seconded by Councillor Anai. I'll put the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. Thank you.
Carried on one voice. Well done, team.
No, okay.
Yes. Proof that it's a dictatorship.
That's right.
Dictatorship is live and well.
Can we go to item 12, which is this from the Arts, Culture and Events Committee.
I love this.
It's requesting the staff undertake analysis and report to the committee or relevant committee on the recommended position on the industry-led application to join United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organisation Creative Cities Network within the creative field of music. Okay, I'll move that. Seconded by Councillor Darby. Any discussion? I'll put that. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declare that
No.
carried. No.
Lost
Okay.
on voices.
No, it's carried on voices.
Yeah, I know, but I want my
Okay,
vote
vote.
recorded.
Vote against it.
Okay, that's 12. Now 13. This is the gambling policy discussion document. I think the officers have done a pretty good job here. This, as you'll see in the document, this is a matter which this council's reported on and put submissions on many times in recent years. And this is another submission in the same ilk. So I don't think there's any. I think the submission by Rebecca Turner is a very good submission. And so I'm going to move it. I move the seconded by Councillor Casey. I thought you'd gone for lunch, Councillor Casey, but you're back. Good on. Thank you.
Reporting you to my union.
Oh, come on.
Well, hang on, he's the union boss.
Oh, don't say that. Okay, so if there's no discussion, I'll put the motion.
I have just one thing to say that
Yeah.
I really like the emphasis on page 91, our page 91, with regard to Sky City Casino and the recent easement of the the gambling laws to allow them to have 470 extra pokies. While we're trying to have a sinking lid policy to reduce it, we have the government coming in with the other hand and plonking almost 500 right in the middle of Auckland. So thank you for pointing that out, and it's in several places. Appreciated.
We're not trying to have a
Thank you.
single policy, we do.
I'll put that motion. Those in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
Declare that carried.
Yep.
So have we got time for...
Said no.
George!
Sorry.
No, keep going, George. Keep going.
Well,
It is 1:30.
all right, we'll adjourn for lunch. And unfortunately, the officers were here for the, but it may take a bit of time, so I think we'll
We'll have a short lunch, Mr. Chair.
a short lunch, quick lunch.
Okay. Down she goes.
Than usual because of a briefing by the chief executive and the mayor. So it probably would be helpful if we could go through the rest of the items here before we adjourn.
I agree.
I agree. And can we do
Mr.
that?
Chairman, there were some rules set down about giving councillors some breaks to move around, to visit the toilet and to do whatever else. It's you know, we have those rules. Now, I don't know when you last read them, but you can't do
5 minutes
this.
be enough or not?
Shall we have a break for 5 minutes?
No, too late now.
Oh, right.
Okay, I think...
The pain is surpassed.
Okay, we'll move on to item
Got
number...
It's ridiculous.
Item 14.
We're the worst managers of our people.
That's right, you're absolutely right.
Fun, isn't it?
This is
I don't want to leave now.
the Brown submission. Now, this matter has actually been through a working party group of councillors. We had that discussion just the other day, didn't we?
We did indeed.
And I think we kind of arrived at a situation where it was a reasonable consensus or support from what Mr. Brown has got in the submission. We've got the legal people here, so I think that should. Okay, we'll go through the presentation.
So through the chair, the presentation is quite high level. It just outlines the recommendations that we're making. The proposal was just to speak very quickly to say what the bill does and what our recommendation is in response to the bill. Firstly, apologies. A version of the submission is being circulated, I think, at the present. Version 9. So we'll speak to the changes that have been made since the document was circulated on Tuesday. Apologies for that late circulation. The bill, as you may have heard from some of the media coverage over the last week or so, is quite a complex bill. The bill is also somewhat awkward in the way in which it applies to Auckland. So the bill applies generally, but then there are exemptions because of our particular structure and the legislation in the Auckland Local Government Auckland Council Act. There are a few parts that need some clarification as to how the bill works, but we'll address those as we go. If I could have the next slide.
Does it work on here?
Yes. Thank you. So first item is really that the submission itself is steered by general support for the intent. The changes that it largely looks to deliver are already here in Auckland, and we're working with them. The main perspectives on the bill address itself to how it is that, or what changes might be useful to better address the way Auckland Council as a group can focus on urban issues, and also to improve the workability of the bill. There are a number of drafting errors that have been picked up or seem to have occurred, which are also sought to be clarified. Thank you. The framework of the bill is enabling. It has within it a series of checks and balances. It's very hard to indicate what the particular outcome might be of any reorganisation investigation. The decisions are made independently by the Local Government Commission, and they will be made on the circumstances of the case. As we know, local government is one structure or system, but the circumstances in which it operates around the country are very varied. What we're suggesting is that in regard to those checks and balances, there would be some specific changes. We also make some specific changes in terms of the Maori Treaty Waitangi issues, rates, rebates, tax and performance measures. Just very quickly, still not having a clicker. There we go. There's a new purpose for the reorganisation process. It is about good local governance, but also infrastructure and services. We're seeking amendments through the bill where it would reflect that purpose of good governance. We also see that through the changes, some of the former requirements in terms of community participation have been reduced, and we're seeking that those also be improved. And whereas the ability for anyone to apply to the Commission to initiate or request an investigation, we note that some of the matters that the Commission would have regard to have changed. Many that relate to the substance of the application have been reduced, and we would like them to be reinstated. Perhaps for your guidance, if I could direct you perhaps to page 21 of the submission. All of the recommendations are set out in full in a table form. It might just be a little bit easier to cross-reference as we go. So those first items there, 3.1.1, 3.1.2 and 3.1.3 are set out on page 21. The next item also seeks retention of a previous provision, and that was that where there is a reorganisation, the Commission can determine that there will be a period, a moratorium period, through which no further reorganisation applications would be entertained. That is absent from the new process, and we would like that to be re-established. There are a number of powers vested in the Minister of Local Government under the proposed bill. We are suggesting that it would be appropriate for the exercise of those powers to be subject to the purpose of reorganisation and the purpose of the Local Government Act. Those are at the bottom of page 21 and over on page 22. The other item there is that the Commission is set up much like an SOE type model. There will be a statement of intent and there will be Minister's expectations. We feel that it is also appropriate that the Minister be requested or required to publish their expectations, to give greater visibility to the section as to the matters that the Commission will be turning its mind to over the period of the statement of intent. At the bottom of the page there, holds. An issue that has been apparent and much commented on around the country is the reorganisation process makes or introduces the ability to transfer activities between authorities. However, transfers to CCOs are not addressed by the requirements for a poll as they would be for a local authority. We think that that's something that should be addressed, and again it's in support of community participation. Consistent with that line, but looking to streamline the process where appropriate, we would also be suggesting that no poll is required where all of the affected local authorities support the reorganisation. This would be consistent with the new power that's put into the process where local authorities themselves can attend to reorganisations. For Maori and Treaty of Waitangi issues, there are a number of provisions in the bill and in the schedules that it provides for that require consultation with iwi and to protect arrangements where there might be shared governance, but also where there are arrangements under Treaty of Waitangi settlements or negotiations. there is a requirement that there is consultation with the Attorney-General and the Minister of Treaty Negotiations. We feel that provision could be strengthened and that a report is required before a reorganisation plan is adopted. Rates rebates. It's an issue that you might well be familiar with, where a licence to occupy in retirement villages and payment of water charges to a CCO are ineligible for rates rebates. We're suggesting that these issues need be addressed. We note that in extending the model for water services CCOs to the country, it becomes more of a national issue than one that was particular to Auckland. This is one where, and like some that follow, where there is the two-tiered approach of the bill to Auckland. In the first instance, we think that CCOs should be taxed similarly to local authorities in certain circumstances, but at the same time that there's no change to the rules as they currently apply in Auckland, those being set up under the legislation that applies here. Certainly another area that we're in support of is that the Commission need to address itself and identify the implications of any tax or tax implications that arise through a reorganisation and make them visible to the public, and could do that as prior to a reorganisation plan being published. Thank you. Performance measures. This is one that the Council has paid quite a bit of attention to over the last while. We have greatly reduced the number of performance measures that we have in the LTP, which has led to a much more effective regime. The bill sets up the power for the Minister to introduce new rules. Similarly, there is provision for the Secretary of Local Government to do likewise, and also in terms of corporate accountability requirements into the LTP. We have no objection per se to these powers, but rather would request that there is consultation with Auckland Council before any new requirements are developed or introduced, that it would be some time after introduction before those measures have to be reported on, to give time to amend our systems. And thirdly, we would like the Commission to provide implementation guidelines on any performance measures that might be introduced. We turn now to those provisions of the bill that have particular significance or implications for Auckland, and this is how they work through the Local Government Act in conjunction with the Local Government Auckland Council Act. Firstly, some general issues, and then the statement of intent and the ability of shareholders, and then development contributions. Just the next slide. Thank you. As foretold earlier, largely what we're looking for is the bill's working to be clarified as to how it applies to CCOs in Auckland, particularly our substantive CCOs. There are various provisions and references in the bill where it's not quite clear. The difficulty arises because a substantive CCO is defined in the bill, whereas Auckland's substantive CCOs are separately defined in the Local Government Auckland Council Act. There's just some, it requires refinement, and it would be preferable if there was one definition of a substantive CCO. Statements of intent. The bill through the new or replacement Schedule 8, which applies to CCOs, introduces the requirement that CCOs give effect to shareholder comments on draft statements of intent. This is a slightly different standard to what currently applies in Auckland, which is to have regard to. We would like that clarified, that the new term, give effect to, also applies in Auckland. On 3, this is an area of development contributions. This is an area where there's been some further work and refinement of the submission since the version of the submission circulated on Tuesday was completed. Some minor changes. I will speak to them as they arise, but initially what we're seeking is that the move from Watercare as it currently collects its infrastructure growth charge is seamless as it moves to collect development contributions. And this is that the commencement of the Act be adjusted to sync with the LTP and cycle of council, that it's clear that Watercare continues to collect IGCs until there is an operative policy, and that the provisions that apply to enable the development of that policy kick in time to allow the policy to be made operative in synchronisation with the LTP. So really just looking to ensure that it's a smooth process. Early engagement, the development contributions provisions enable Watercare or water services CCOs to require an amendment to development contributions policies. This is just to ensure that the collection matches the capital works programs that cater for growth. We're behind this, it's a slightly different arrangement for Watercare to move to development contributions. Their expertise is in water services with their engineering and asset management. Consequent in council, we have significant expertise with development contributions, as it's been done in the finance department for quite some time. The idea is that with early engagement, we can share that expertise and move more quickly through the development of any policy. Next, we have, same one, Louis. On that consideration, this is one of the areas where, as a balance in terms of the development of any policy that council would be required to adopt, we're just seeking that it's more consistent, or there is a requirement that such policy is not inconsistent with strategies and policies. This is consistent with the key message throughout the submission that Auckland Council Group is working in a concerted manner to address the urban issues, future land supply, development capacity, provision of infrastructure to priority areas all play into that space, and we're just ensuring or seeking to ensure that the bill and its provisions are very clear. This is one of the amendments that was refined, and the version now in front of you, version 9, is slightly different. The recommendation and the changes we seek outlined in Appendix 2 are unchanged, but the discussion paragraphs under 4.2.3 are clearer and give a clearer explanation to the Select Committee as to what we're seeking and why. It's a relatively minor change. The main thing is that we are continuing to seek the agreement to a change that we had been seeking all along. Just on the next point, Crown exemptions. This is one where we see that the movement of Watercare into the DC's framework would be perhaps prejudicial to Watercare. Currently, the development contributions provisions in the Local Government Act do not apply to the Crown. Currently, Watercare is able to collect an infrastructure growth charge from the Crown, and there would be a shortfall as a result of the transition. In keeping with the idea that the change should be seamless, we're just seeking to make it clear that there will not be prejudice in that instance, and that revenues, etc., are not impacted. Lastly, and as alluded through, there is a number of areas where we're just seeking clarification. I've outlined the one in terms of substantive CCOs. There was also some question of the way in which multiply owned CCOs are addressed. We suspect that there is a drafting error, where a provision says either it does apply or doesn't apply, but we think that it means it should actually be the opposite. We would like that clarified. In terms of the reorganisations, it's a drafting error that Soljum has identified, and we're largely supporting that submission. And for the service delivery and infrastructure plans, they are new, introduced, applied to new CCOs, and we're just seeking clarity as to how they might apply in Auckland and for a future CCO. And that largely brings us to the end of our submission. The submissions were put together and we have also received local board input. We've received local board input from Aoraki and Waiheke, so two of our local boards have provided that input. There were 4 points raised by the Aoraki local board. 3 touched upon reorganisation issues, which are outside of the scope of the bill, and would seek to amend parts of the Local Government Act and other legislation that are not addressed in the bill. We haven't addressed those matters in the submission. We see them as outside. There is a question also raised about CCO accountability and strengthening the requirement to give effect to. That matter has been addressed in the submission, but not in the way that the board sought. The board was seeking that it would apply in the case of elected representatives rather than in the case of the shareholder. So a slight distinction there. Performance measures are supported and that matter is addressed in the submission. The Treaty of Waitangi issue was spoken of in a roundabout way, not directly in the way in which we've addressed it in the submission, but rather more in the context of representation, which is outside of scope and so not addressed in the submission.
Okay, so we've got a, sorry.
Okay. There is further detail with Waiheke. We have some paper that we will be approving and will be attached to the minutes that sets out the detail. I can speak to it if there's a wish, but otherwise we could perhaps go to the recommendations.
Well, we've got a question from Councillor Lee. You got a question?
Yeah, before I ask the question, I have to say I am dismayed at how this matter is being treated and how the governing body is being treated in this matter. But you know, the submission's closed on Friday, and we get a paper. Was it this morning? And we've had very little time to address very important fundamental questions. But my question is, you're seeking clarification in regard to the bill's references to Auckland Transport. What clarifications are you seeking, may I ask?
Perhaps in the paper in front of you, if I could refer you to page 18, the point there, 5.2. So the bill's definition is Transport Services Council controlled organisation, which specifically excludes Auckland Transport. While we note that Auckland Transport is referred to in the Local Government Auckland Act, a new Transport Services CCO could fall within the definition, which would create some difficulty. It relates back to definitions in 2 separate bills and the way in which they work together. I would also point out that the submission that has been prepared and put before you is made jointly with Auckland Transport.
What about the, I'll talk about this, Mr Chairman, in a minute when we get on to general discussion, but what about the Bill's assumptions all the way through that, first of all, CCOs equate with better efficiency and better, was it, local services? I take it you wouldn't challenge that assumption.
The submission itself doesn't directly address that assumption, as explained. The model of local government in Auckland is set by legislation under the Local Government Auckland Council Act.
I'm only one of, anyway, we'll leave that. I have a personal experience to challenge that more efficient assumption. But leaving that aside, what is the council saying about the Local Government Auckland Amendment Act and the provision for the Auckland Council, with the governing body, to appoint elected councillors, 2 of them, to the Board of Auckland Transport?
The bill doesn't address the issue or raise the issue, so we have not addressed it in our submission at all.
But in terms of your clarification, are you not raising that question, actually?
No, we're not seeking clarification we're seeking clarification of the drafting of the bill and how it works, but not to the Act which has been established of some time.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lee, this...
I'll talk later.
This has been through a working party. I think we've met twice. Councillor Webster, there was Councillor Anai, Councillor Walker, Mr Taipari, myself. So
I've had no feedback.
Well,
Submission
Councillor
arrived
Walker,
on Monday.
sorry, Councillor Lee, obviously I think we asked who would volunteer to be part of it, and that's how it came about. So I think we've had 2 meetings with the officers. And
Through the chair, the workshop was held with the committee,
Yes,
and at that workshop it was resolved that there would be a working party established to work with staff to develop the submission.
yeah, I remember I sat here, it was at a month ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we got an extension of about a week so that the submission could come back to this committee to be ratified. So it has been
And we got this on Monday.
It has been kind of
Monday or Tuesday.
teased out quite considerably.
Are
But
you
anyway,
saying this came out on Monday?
Monday or
Tuesday.
Tuesday, it certainly was
Okay,
on
so
my
is there any
desk.
other questions, comments? Councillor Casey.
Just in relation to the Minister's powers and the polling. The first one about the Minister's power to direct. What you're recommending doesn't really do it for me. It's you want to tell him to keep his fingers out of our pie, really.
We are a figment of statute.
We are.
The Waiheke Local Board got it right. Tell the Minister, or direct that power, that Minister's power to direct be removed. Why can't we say that?
What we've addressed is how the bill works and its workability. We recognise that the Minister of Local Government has responsibility for the system of local government in New Zealand. Where there's a new model where the Minister has a relationship with the Commission, we've recommended or requested that the Minister's expectations be published to improve transparency. We've also suggested that those powers be exercised subject to the legislation that's relevant. As noted, we are a creature of statute and the powers vest in the government.
Thank you. Councillor Hulse? Sorry.
The second one was on polling. There is no threshold of significance before. By poll, do we mean referendum? Is that the interchangeable?
There are specific provisions, but yes, it is where the public gets the opportunity to vote on a proposal.
Excellent. Whatever the word is, it's fine with me. There is no threshold of significance before a poll is triggered. Why not? I would suggest, for example, the introduction of a motorway network charge is one that should trigger a referendum.
The poll is a part of the process of reorganisation, so it's very specific to where there is an investigation that's been undertaken by the Commission. It then proposes a reorganisation plan and then works through on how that might be implemented. Ultimately, it would be implemented through an order in council by regulation. Once the Commission is committed to a reorganisation plan, the polls and so forth are the way in which the community is involved in the proposal that's being considered.
So you wouldn't recommend a threshold?
It's more that it's very specific to this process and not applicable to other issues.
Got it. Well answered.
Thank you. I apologise, Mr. Chair, I just had to dash away and do something else. I don't know if this was covered, but at the local government conference, a pretty strongly worded remit was passed, which kind of picked up Councillor Casey's point. Local government in general is not happy with this, and there certainly is a concern about the ability for the Local Government Commission to direct the setting up of CCOs. So whilst we've prepared this submission quite rightly and acknowledging the work of the group who've put this together, we've prepared this from our position, which is, well, we've already got them because we're a different creature of statute. There is something in there which says to the rest of New Zealand, they're pretty grumpy with the idea that the Local Government Commission can point the finger and say, well, we think you should set up some CCOs, which is effectively amalgamation by stealth. And my question is, as the cousins of the rest of local government in New Zealand, do we do we note that somewhere? Because it's almost like we're kind of sitting pretty going, well, we're already stuck with these, whether we like them or not, but we kind of acknowledge to the rest of New Zealand this is quite a big direction that they're being required to suck up. Please note, local government remit, blah, blah.
Okay, so can you, we amend it
Sorry, I
to-
haven't got a
No,
recommendation.
we can amend it to
Yes,
include that.
the submission's silent at present, but we could certainly
Okay, we'll put
provide
that.
something.
Right, I'm going to move the recommendation, sorry. Well, Councillor Lee, do you have something
I
else?
want to talk to it once you do that,
Well, I want to
Mr.
move the
Chairman.
recommendation that we approve this council submission to the LGA 2000, it's up there. Amendment Bill number 2 as tabled at the meeting, delegate authority to the chair and the deputy chair of this committee to approve any final amendments to the submission resulting from changes agreed at the meeting and/or minor editorial changes. And I just say that it has been worked through quite a lot with councillors. So, Councillor Lee, just to speak to it.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps it was because it was called the Better Local Services Bill that I wasn't that aware of what was happening, but my recent study of the bill certainly has worried me, and I don't want to go into arguments about when would be timely for councillors to view the draft submission to a significant act of Parliament, but I've made the point. Can I say, Mr. Chairman, that there are some good things in this bill, but largely I believe at Local Government New Zealand and our sister organisations are quite right to be deeply concerned about it. There's a philosophy, if I could call it that, or an assumption running through this proposed legislation that assumes that CCOs, and CCOs indeed that are directed by non-elected people, are more efficient at carrying out core local government business than experienced councillors who are directly accountable to the electorate. I actually challenge that assumption from personal experience. Setting up CCOs is one thing, and there's a whole plethora of CCOs in this bill, but prohibiting elected councillors from being on their own CCOs, I think is just completely undemocratic. In terms of the Local Government Commission, again, there are some positive aspects of this, but essentially it comes back to the underlying philosophy, essentially neoliberalism, in terms of, first of all, directives to set up CCOs, but secondly, despite certain checks and balances, this is very much about increasing the power of the minister and of the central government over local government. New Zealand is unusual in its constitution in that it has a unicameral parliament. So we're a very slimline democracy, and local and regional government does provide a certain amount of checks and balances. But it seems to me that these checks and balances are going to be bulldozed out of the way in order to achieve more government control. That's my concern about it. And there's also an assumption of continuing change, continuing reorganisation. That is good. Well, not necessarily. There's another point I'd like to make, and I've just seen this submission, and that is probably to make the point of Auckland exceptionalism that we have to live with, that Councillor Hulse has talked about, which again is not necessarily healthy. The Auckland Council was the biggest amalgamation in local government history in New Zealand. There was no poll. There was no choice. There was, however, a Royal Commission, which did set about investigating things and hearing submissions. But the council's submission ignores the fact that the Royal Commission's scheme for Auckland was significantly different from what government ministers dreamed up and actually imposed on Auckland. So there was no democracy, no poll, no participation democratically of the people of Auckland, but we had a Royal Commission and its findings, if you talk to Judge Salmon himself, were largely ignored.
I think you're
And
getting
so
off the
that
point
is,
of the...
so I think we need to be, note that fact. If you're going to go talk about Royal Commissions, you should be talking about that it was actually
Councillor
ignored.
Lee, I don't think you're getting further away with the Royal Commission discussion than what's...
Well, it's on the first line here, but anyway, I'll leave it at that. I've made my point, Mr. Chairman. I think I agree with Councillor Holtz that there needs to be some recognition that the local government sector across New Zealand finds this to a large degree offensive, and I think they're quite right to do so.
Thank you. Councillor Cashmore?
Yes, just very briefly, Mr. Chairman, taking in mind what Deputy Mayor Holtz said about the grumpiness down at the local government conference. Yes, there was some there, but this bill is looking at, and Auckland is an outlier from this bill, but this bill is looking at the balance sheets of their district councils and their ability to deliver the crucial infrastructure around New Zealand to help implement the things like the national policy on fresh water treatment, so you can upgrade the smaller towns' wastewater treatment plants and that sort of thing. So that's what this is aimed solely at, and Auckland is a little bit of an outlier, set up separately by statute.
Okay. With that, I'm going to put it. Those in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
Declare that carried. Hey, look, before we go to lunch, there's one here, the disposal recommendation report. Is there any...
Move it. I'll second it.
Seconded by Councillor Cashmore. Any discussion on it?
No.
I'll put the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. Now, we'll come back after lunch for there's a couple of items, the rubbish disposal or waste minimisation issue. And, yeah, so we'll be down there till 2 o'clock. All right? Thank you. Adjourn till then. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Some sort of briefing about the unitary plan.
Thank you, Chair. We've got a very short presentation and it's followed by an even shorter video at the end. So this is a report for information. We were requested a couple of months ago and we reported an update on the inorganics to the Waste Advisory Group, and particularly when there was a discussion on some of the satisfaction levels, which were seen as very positive to come to the committee with an update. As you're aware, the inorganic started last September, and all eligible properties that pay the targeted rate potentially can receive a service, and the big change is that the service is now booked and it's collected on property and very much focused on recovering resources, so looking at reusable and recyclables, and it's looking to address the 27,000 tonnes that went to landfill from the old methodologies in the last full financial year, 14-15. So we've done a lot of publicity and promotion and communication and engagement, particularly with local boards, and we've got a lot of community partners who are out there pushing the new service, and we've got a lot of information on our website around videos and translations. So to date, so far, these figures are slightly updated from what's in the report. We've completed 60,000 collections where we've gone on property. For the remainder of this calendar year, we should do about another 25,000 collections. Participation is around 16%, which is within the range that we forecast. And we've collected around 5,000 tonnes of waste, and 30% of that is either reusable or recyclable. Where that material's going, I'll cover in a few minutes, but we've got 80 plus groups that are registered to receive that material, and the real benefits is where that material's going, but also that the new methodology will see a reduction of about 20,000 tonnes of waste going into landfill this year compared to the old methods. And we anticipate that 8,500 of that was actually illegal dumping, where commercial businesses were using an opportunity to dump on the berm. We've had a number of issues that have arisen, and we've worked hard to address those. And these are probably the 5 key ones. There's probably 2 or 3 major ones. One is around, it's a big change for residents. It's a different methodology, so the comms and engagement was very much focused on having to do something different, and as part of that, a number of residents, certainly in the early days, missed the opportunity to book their collections. We've corrected that by improving the way we send out the flyers, so they now go in an envelope, but also we honour all late bookings, so if someone has missed their area, if they phone up, we have honoured every late booking, and we programme them in. Another issue was about the 1 cubic metre, which we publicised, misunderstanding of that, but also a lot of material was left on property. We've now got an agreement with our contractor to be a lot more flexible about that, and those issues have reduced significantly around the concerns about not taking all the material. And we've had a couple of cases where reusable and recyclable items have been landfilled, have gone in the wrong vehicle. So as I said, about 30% of the material is reused and recycled, so we know that the crews are separating, and we will continue to improve on those figures. To make sure that doesn't happen, we've increased the training for the crews, but also we've got the community recycling network doing some auditing who go out with the crews as well to make sure that they're trained around what should and shouldn't be recovered. So if you look at the satisfaction rates, these figures are based on a 4-month period from March to the end of June, and their responses from 4,500 residents who have actually received the service. So we send out a survey to half of people who have received a survey, and these are the responses that we've had. So as a general rule, overall satisfaction is just under 70%, where people are either very satisfied or satisfied. And those that have booked, the positive on the bottom left about how easy it is to book a collection. Again, those that are either say it's easy or very easy, it's 86%. So as a general rule, this is a good start. I think we're pleased with these. We recognise that there are a number of issues that we've addressed. And actually, over the last month, the satisfaction levels have improved by 3%. So we see that the satisfaction is going in the right direction. We're clearly not happy that people are either dissatisfied or very dissatisfied, and we're working hard to address that. So just a reminder, this is obviously what the old systems look like, and one of the key areas was to use that waste as a resource. And you'll just see in those piles, you would have seen some of these pictures before. This would have gone to landfill, a large chunk of this, and this is what the new service is looking like at the warehouse where we take the material. And this material is ending up, as I said, being taken by 80 plus community enterprises, small businesses who are creating employment or volunteer opportunities out of it. And it's across the region, so it's not just around the Mount Wellington area where the warehouse is. It's all over the region, and it's a mixed bag. And we're also getting some of the material delivered direct to our community recycling centres. So Waiuku, Helensville, Devonport are receiving this material, and it just supports their operation as well. You'll be aware that we've set up these sites and we continue to roll them out. And to date, there's about 30 jobs being created through community recycling centres. So I think before I take questions, if we could just show a very short video which just captures some of the groups in their own words.
My role here is part of CRN. I'm the project manager for the Auckland Inorganic Reuse Project. And so basically what we do is we coordinate the material that comes in from the inorganics and redistributing it out to our community groups so they can do some magic with it.
Our bike club is called Bangere Bike Fit. The FIT stands for Future in Transport. It's just grown from there, meeting up community recycle networks. Yeah, and they've helped us out with all their recycle bikes.
Abilities Group is a non-for-profit. We are here to employ people with disabilities, and we have 120 working with us at the moment. When the inorganics were on the roadside, the TVs would get smashed open for the valuable parts. The leaded glass would be left on the footpath, and then everything would finish up in landfill. Under this proposal, we take everything in our controlled conditions, and everything is recycled according to best environmental practice, and nothing goes to landfill.
Resource Rescue started with the start of the inorganic collection, and its goal is to rescue appliances from going to landfill. So what we do is we take whiteware, or any appliance really, recovered from the inorganic collection, repair it, and then retail it back out so it can be reused again. In the first 7 weeks of operation, it was around about 4 tonnes of material, and it was over 450 appliances that we diverted from landfill.
An organisation called CRN, they're collecting everything and bringing it to the place so we can go there. From that day we go there, and we have a shop now which is a lot of the things is coming CRN. Before was most of the thing damaged, but now it's all coming to safe place so we can go there and easily to collect them. Now is way better. I want to just say thank you to council, and especially the CRN. That's amazing, that's a great, awesome.
We're building homes. We believe that everyone deserves a decent place to live, and we'll stand by that. Having the inorganic waste come back here allows us to sell that onto the community, raise the funds that we need, and build more homes for people.
As you see, we got a beautiful cash register here. That's the last thing that we needed. And the day before we opened, me and my husband, we went to the CRN warehouse, and all I wanted is a cash register. And as we're walking around, I just see the cash register under the table, and that's why we have it here, and it's working perfect. See? For free.
Quite an innovative approach where we've got Auckland City Council, Community Recycling Network and Waste Management all working together doing their bit. So for me it's about being able to bring the strengths of the different groups together to do something really positive. You know, we take waste and we're able to create some magic in the community with it because we know it's going to go and help somebody.
Brilliant.
Oh, that's excellent.
Yeah, brilliant.
I mean, Councillor Cooper and I, and who else went? Oh, and Councillor Cashmore went to, and somebody else went to Adelaide.
Not Adelaide.
Adelaide, and I tell you what we saw there our systems here compare very well with them. So, any questions of Ian or Julie? Questions, Councillor Casey?
When will the Central get their recycling depot? The Isthmus?
So we're in the process of doing some planning around that, and the forecast opening is sometime in 2018, early 2018.
2018? How come it's so far away?
Through the chair, so we there's obviously some sensitivities around the site, so we're looking to use the Great North Road site, and we need to basically plan it, design it and build it, so that's a fairly ambitious timeline, although it doesn't sound it.
This is 2015?
No, it's 16.
16. Yeah, you're a
Sixteen.
year behind yourself.
So we're about
It's only
18
2
months.
years.
Yeah, 18 months.
18 months.
Okay, Councillor Penrose.
You can put it in one of your
and then
election
Councillor
promises that we're
Webster.
going to get it.
Yeah, thanks.
There you go.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, team. And as the mover of this process back in when we changed over, for the simple reason being that we had so many issues with inorganic, and in particular the south. And I know around this table there's some comments. There were some councillors that weren't too au fait with the process, would like to have seen it biannually, or not at all. But as I said, as a mover of this process, Ian, I still think that we've got a little way to go in regards to the defining the cubic metre and the trailer load, because people don't understand that. And to be honest with you, and I've said this around this table before, I would rather pick it up there and then than someone leave it behind and then they go and dump it on our rural roads. And this is the issue I've got. And I still feel our contractors are being too pedantic. I'm hearing those comments. So I have a little bit of a concern around that. The other concern I have is twofold really, and it's going to be raised another time, not this meeting, is around our call centre. And it is online booking's great, but if you're on a rural property and multiple driveways, you can't define on the website or where to pick it up from. And when they do call the call centre, like of late, they're getting dicked around. And this is adding a bit of confusion as well. So I just want to say at this stage, my main concern at this stage is the amount of rubbish that is to be picked up from sites. I say, whether it's 1.5 metres or whatever, I'd rather it be picked up than dumped. Otherwise, come the new council, I would say I'm sitting on the ear of caution as to the process going forward. I love all the stuff that's happening, but at the end of the day, you know, I'd rather the stuff be picked up than dumped on our rural roads, or roads in general.
Yeah, but
That's what I add that, Mr. Chair.
Oh, you better make sure that is sorted out, because, yeah, I don't want to hear my people on the shore, and I won't be having any voice here probably then. So please keep Councillor Penrose happy over that one.
Can I just say, Mr. Chair, too, at some stage, can we please get an update of what our legal dumping is across the region? Mm-hmm. We were sitting around about 1.2 mil at one stage there, so I'd be interested to know, in particular, our rural areas of Auckland, but I'd be interested to know, since we've started this process, what our legal dumpings are and cost, if we could, at some stage.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Webster, sorry.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Ian and team. We got our letter yesterday, so I'm really looking forward to, if I can force my husband into getting rid of some of his very important stuff, junk. But can I just reiterate what
stuff.
No, it is junk.
He can hear it. This is televised, remember?
Councillor
hiding it
Penrose says,
as we
I
speak.
think there needs to be a little bit of updating from the call centre, because I think there's been, well, particularly with the recycling in our area, which has been problematic in some areas, as you know. But the call centre,
It's a mess.
it's like they need a script.
It's a mess.
And they need to sort of say, well, thank you very much for your concerns. I really do understand, rather than, because that's the sort of feedback I'm getting, and it is very disappointing. So, otherwise, fine.
Okay, with that, I'm going to move the recommendation, seconded by, oh, sorry.
Give him a hand up for a while. Thank you. I just want to give some feedback. I have a gentleman in Avondale, it's not my constituency, but he seems to copy me on Facebook all the time about any council issue, which I'm happy to deal with. And one recently was he got very quickly onto Facebook about, look, the council have taken half my stuff and haven't come back, and now it's blocked my driveway. Well, the time I got back to him to say, well, have you rung the council? He sheepishly went, oh, they came back because their truck was full. They've come back already and got it. So I think that when there's and it looked like a huge, way beyond the designated amount, and they came back and got the rest of it, so I think there is a bit of discretion there, but I do think that our call centre, that's where I get most of the complaints from, that the call centre told me this, and when you go and check with your staff, they'll say something different. And so I think there needs a little bit more training, and I know it's all been mixed up with the whole new bins as well and all of that sort of stuff, but it has been a tricky time to have both. But I mean, I'm just really glad not to see all that junk on our roads and spilling onto our roads and all over our footpaths. And the great thing is to see that stuff reused and not go to landfill, and providing jobs for people. So I think it's a great initiative. It's very smart. Thank you for all the work you've done on it.
Okay, Councillor Cashmore.
Just very briefly, just to thank Ian for the tour, when was that, last Friday, for the civil defence, emergency management and the waste streams. What happens, I think there was 3 councillors on it. It was a really worthwhile day and a good education. So thank you for organising that and help put it together, the CDAC team.
Okay, so Councillor Stewart, you're going to move the recommendation?
Yeah, but I just want to also just thank you, and I'm just hoping in the next term of council that one of the very first things the council does is have a tour like that, because it was very informative and I learnt an awful lot. And I know that we had somebody from the ministry there, and he also found that. So thank you very much.
Oh, sure. Okay, Councillor Kanai.
Yeah, I also want to add my bit to that. I was concerned that there was such a huge amount of work that you put into it and what you're doing, that there weren't many of us there to really appreciate what's going on. Thank you.
Okay, so it's moved by Councillor Stewart, seconded by Councillor Nye. Without further ado, I'll put the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Declare that carried. So we've got item number 17. I'm going to move that, seconded by Councillor Nye.
Yep.
I'll put that motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. And item 18, which is an information item, moved by Councillor Nye, seconded by myself. I'll put that motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. We declare the meeting closed. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. Well done, Chair. Long day.